grow every time.
At least 4 billion useless eaters will be eliminated by the year 2050.
Whenever a truth is heard, there's no going back. You are the main character in the video game of life.
I personally don't believe anything they say, right down to the God they claim we worship.
I'm still waiting for somebody to show me gas pressure without a container.
None of the math adds up.
You could stack up all their math books, all their science books, and even put all their degrees stacked up on top of that, and you still wouldn't be high enough to see the curvature.
This is exactly why grounding is so important.
It's all dualistic.
We see too far.
We're just regular people who know we're being lied to. We're tired of it.
The bottom line is, there's only one choice left, and that's to dismantle this whole thing from the top down.
Hey, welcome to another episode of the Fun Phone Booth Podcast. So, as always, Vince, why don't you pop it up?
Yes.
Do not forget to check out phoneboothpodcast.substack.com. There are 4 podcasts there. Well, 3.5. The 4th one's on its way any day now. And a bunch of bonus content, all our episodes, the second half of our Monday live streams. It's all there for free. There's some stuff behind the paywall, but you pick what you want. That's all. Everything's there free. 4 podcasts. And also, Vince, because you have to do it again, our friend Allie has started back up her trueearthertees.com. So be sure to go over there and check out all the many shirts that she has. Tons of designs, tons of stuff that'll piss off your family and make your friends respect you. So make sure to go check that out. So anyway, tonight,
Hello.
we have somebody that, so I put out a post that said, who should we have on the Phone Booth Podcast? And at least 3, possibly more people said this dude. So we are going to talk to Von Conspirator tonight from Twitter, who holds Twitter Spaces. Vince, why don't you bring him up? What's going on, my man? How you doing?
How's it going? I'm good. How are you guys?
We are good now. Now we're rolling.
Is that Mars behind you? No?
Or Blood Moon.
It's the moon a couple weeks ago. Yeah, so we had those Canada fires, right? So for a whole week the moon was just bright orange like that.
Wait, are you in Canada?
You know,
I mean, you don't have to dox
no,
yourself.
I'm up in Michigan.
Oh, okay. Close enough.
Yeah, I say that all
You're
the time.
close there.
Might as well be.
I don't want to give it away, but I would
Canada.
say, show me where, but I don't want to give away where you are. So I don't know if you know that, but everyone I've ever met on tour from Michigan is like, show me on the palm where you are, because it's whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, and you can use the palm for the UP too. So like the one hand is the lower peninsula and the other hand is the upper peninsula. So it goes both ways.
You got it all mapped out. So tell us who you are, what you do, where to find you, all that before we get into this.
So this year I started doing Rumble. My channel is called Conspirator. It's called Conspiracy History. I really haven't done very much on there recently. I've been spending way too much time in Twitter Spaces. So like it's kind of weird being on a podcast or like calling someone because I want to like send an emoji when they make me laugh and you can't, right? But most of the time, like probably 5-6 days a week, I'm on Twitter. Von Conspirator. This is now my 3rd account. I guess Twitter, you know, it's the platform where they have free speech, but as soon as you start talking about something that wakes someone up, they just don't like it, right? So that's probably the easiest way to get a hold of me is Twitter.
Yeah, no, they don't allow you. And I will put his Twitter link in the comments, in the description. Look down. It's there. I promise you. Right down there. Anyway, so when do you hold your spaces usually so people can find them?
So I do some recorded ones. We started doing trivia on Saturdays. Saturday's what I always call wife day. She wants me to at least spend one day a week with her, but then she chooses to work on Saturdays. So while she's at work, we do a trivia space. But I've got friends that are in like the like sovereign community, right? Trying to like start trusts and get out of the public. So we do a sovereign Sunday space. Wednesdays I do a conspiracy space. And we always just play a game. What's your favorite conspiracy theory? And then, I mean, we'll do Tartaria Tuesdays. It really just depends. Most of the time, we're just trolling and hanging out, a bunch of friends, right? I feel like I'm closer with people on X than I am with some of my own family members, you know. We spend a lot of time together, so.
You got to be at this point because, you know, some of the people in our own life are nowhere near as awake and hip to what's going on as other people are. So what you said, trivia nights, like what kind of trivia do you do?
So we try to keep it kind of simple. It's lately we've just been doing Canada versus America. So seeing, you know, who's smarter, but it's just like you know, simple questions, you know.
Who wins? Who wins normally?
Sometimes we do
Canada or
themes and
America?
stuff. Well, Canada's down 2-1, so America.
I mean, I can't say
America's
I'm
That makes
surprised.
sense.
2 victories in a
Can't
row.
say
That
I'm
makes
surprised.
Right.
America.
I mean,
Anyway,
it would
so
be
yeah,
embarrassing
that's-
if US lost to Canada.
It really would be.
You
I
know,
mean,
the funny thing is, my daughter's been in a few spaces with me over like the last couple months, and someone was like, "You should do a trivia space," and she was like, "I want to do a trivia space." So she likes to host it, and it's always funny when like I read off the score and America's winning, because she'd be like, "Yeah, go America," and they'd be like, "Man, the Canada team always complains like, you're rooting for them." But,
You're freaking hosers,
gotta
eh?
complain about something.
How old is she?
She's 9.
That's awesome. She's hosting trivia spaces. That's so cool. I love it.
It's crazy.
I know.
So I know you talk about all kinds of stuff, but something that we always like to ask people is, when and how did you wake up? Like, what brought you to start looking at things different than the average person?
So I always say the time that I would cite that I woke up was, I remember 9/11. We all do, right? I was in 6th grade, and they flipped the TV on. I went to a Christian school, so there was like 10 kids in the class, and they wheeled in this big TV, you know, those real big ones on the carts.
Yeah.
And they flipped it on, and it was the Pennsylvania crash had just happened like a minute ago.
Shanksville.
And they showed it on the TV, and they said third plane crashes in Pennsylvania, I think is what it said, if I remember correctly. And I remember I raised my hand, and the teacher was like, "Yes." And I was like, "Where's the plane?" And they were like, "This is no laughing matter. You need to go to the principal's office." And I got sent up to the principal's office, which was like a daily occurrence. But I just like that. I remember that, right? Like, and if you look up those pictures, you can see now, and there'll be like a piece of white over here, maybe a piece of metal over there, but it's just a big crater in the mud, right? Like if there was 747s are pretty big. Like, where's the plane? Like, it was going so fast that it just completely like disintegrated. Like, that was what I was thinking as a kid. So I always cite that's kind of like what woke me up, because, you know, the internet was just coming out. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like everyone had a computer at home back when I was growing up. We had dial-up internet. I still remember that little jingle. And they're closing that down in September. I can't believe people still have dial-up. I had a hard enough time getting my connection to work on this stream tonight. I couldn't imagine having dial-up.
I just heard about that.
But I remember
like, people are
getting
bummed they're
online.
canceling dial-up.
I know, and they're probably like 83 years old, but
Yeah.
I remember looking into 9/11 because I was like, well, if a plane crashed there, then we should have pictures of it, right? And, you know, they had a list of all the dead bodies, but there was no images. All I could find was, you know, conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory. And I remember growing up, and we all laugh, like, you know, trust the science and all of the different, you know, little statements that they put out. But with 9/11, it's like the government it did this whole thing, and here's all the evidence, even though not one piece of those Legos lines up. You know, even today, there's still people who get mad, like physically mad, when you say that like 9/11 was an inside job or it was a psyop. And I think that's the craziest thing about people today is, like, even we lived through COVID.
Yeah.
The government said it was a bat. Then they said that it was the government. They even admitted it was the government, right?
Yeah.
And people still don't want to believe it. And it's just crazy how dug in the trenches some of these people are to like being brainwashed.
Can I just ask you, are you from the same, like we're born in the 80s. Are you near our age?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Well, I mean, I was the end of the 80s, but
Yeah, but you're still
I
in the
do
80s.
not identify with anyone from the 90s.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah. So wait, what grade? What you said 9/11? So what grade were you in then, roughly?
I was
Did
in
you say the
sixth
grade?
grade.
Okay, damn.
It was science
So you're-
class.
Science.
But yeah,
I was already
oh.
out of school working, so young buck over there. But
going,
yeah, go ahead,
going
Vince.
back to what you said, like you basically said, like after COVID, if you still haven't figured it out, what's wrong with you, right? Like are you a soulless NPC? What are you? Like if you didn't wake up after
Right.
COVID.
I mean, that's the $1 million question today.
You muted.
Yeah. Just so you know, it's giving me some.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Now, but you said the $1
There we
million
go.
question. That's the $1 million question. Something you said.
Yeah. So I mean, 50% of people don't even have an inner monologue. Like all day long, I'm talking to myself. Like, go here, do this.
Do you
And
really?
there's,
You think it's
like,
that high?
56% of people don't even have that.
You think it's really that high? Like
I mean-
I do, but a lot of people have a hard time believing it's that high. I think it's that high or possibly higher.
It is higher,
because
they claim.
Most of the people I come into contact with are just one track, whatever their task is at that moment. There's nothing else going on in their head.
I mean, I personally, I think whatever numbers they tell us are false. I think it's much lower than what they tell us. They just want us to think it's more people. But I mean, I know truthers who are like, I've never had an inner monologue. I'll just sit there in silence. And
really,
I think that's crazy.
That's insane to me. Not only do I have an inner monologue, but sometimes one of my inner monologues interrupts a different inner monologue. Like an opposing idea will be like, no, but you're like, it'll literally be like a battle inside my head, second guessing everything.
Hold on, did you say
crazy to
truthers
me.
don't have an inner monologue, or
He
you
said
don't?
some, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's some. We probably like once a month we talk about this during spaces, and there'll be someone who'll be like, "What do you mean an inner monologue? I don't know what you mean." Be like when you're sitting there thinking, do you have like voices that you can like have a conversation back and forth and try to figure something out? And they're like, "No, I've never had that." Yeah, like to me, I'll be thinking about something and I think I got it figured out, and then all of a sudden a voice like way back here says, "Did you think about this?" Like really quietly, and you're like, "Damn!" And then now you got three people talking again.
And it's
Like, I couldn't
not an
imagine-
audible voice, right? It's like a telepathic voice, like a mental voice. Or do you hear
I mean, you
a real
don't hear
voice?
it through your ears. I mean, at least I don't. I can't answer for him.
I always thought that it was like my two hemispheres talking, right? You got
Yeah.
like the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere, and one's like, you need to do this way, and that's the artistic brain. The other one's, the creative brain that has.
You
like,
know what it
science
feels
and
like for
everything,
me?
and-
For me, it feels like this voice that we're talking about. It feels like it's a voice without the audio aspect of it. It's the information of the voice, but it's not a audible voice. It's like when we speak right now, it's audio, but within that, it's information tucked into the audio. Like when I say something to you guys, it's information embedded into the audio, but inside of my head, I don't
Right.
hear the audio. I only hear the information of the voice. Like, what are
Yeah.
you doing, you idiot? Don't like. But I don't hear.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask. We always talk about an inner monologue, but so even if you believe it's just an inner monologue where only one person is speaking by definition, then who's listening? They're dualistic. There's always I mean, me personally, I think, Vince, at least Vince knows, I think we're antennas for our souls. We're just meat suits, blah, blah, blah. But even so, that's two steps. Some people have no inner monologue, and then some people do, but then they never think about who's listening? If one person's saying something and you're thinking it and you disagree with it, like, what do you think that is? That means there's two somethings. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I mean, that's kind of funny that you say that, because I was thinking about this just the other day. So the way that I kind of put it is like, we all know the saying, "As above, so below." Everything that's in heaven's gonna, is down here on earth. I kind of look at it like we're three-dimensional beings. Like we're stuck in a box. Like I can't walk through this wall, right? But when we die, I think our body leaves this three-dimensional, our spirit, and it goes up into this fourth-dimensional plane of existence. And I only call it dimensions because I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah.
But I think that dimension is right here with us. And when people say like they die and then they saw their out-of-body experience, they were like looking down at themselves. I think that's just that other dimension overlapped. And like you feel like now you're not in the body looking out the eyes, but you're looking at the body, which is looking out of the eyes. And that's the only way that I can really explain it, is that it's like a second dimension just layered on top of this one.
Can I add this?
Yeah.
This is very interesting. And I don't know how much you guys know about, like when you create a game, a 3D game, like when you're in the editor, you can either be a flying camera walking through the map and seeing things, blah, blah, blah. And then you can press like, play the game, like try the game. Then you jump into the character's perspective and walk around. So I think it's a similar thing with our life. I don't think our seeing, our visuals are dependent on our fucking eyes, really. So think about our true self is like the camera in the video game editor. It can fly and see whatever it wants. It doesn't need a body to do it. But then when it decides to enter into the avatar, now you see it through the avatar's perspective and its limitations. It's gonna, whatever limitation the avatar will have, that's what you're gonna have until you die. Then you leave it and now you're the camera again. You can fly wherever the fuck you want. That's what I think. But anyways.
You're the camera again.
And I think a lot of people don't have that, right? They're just this meat suit, like you said.
Then they're
just to me, that's sad. How many people?
Is it sad though, Vaughn?
And
is it?
I think it's sad.
Okay, hold on. You know why?
Here's an example. We went to well, real quick. I'll do a quick story. We went to the water park and we're walking around. And as we're going around, there's people just like completely covering themselves with sunscreen, right? And my daughter looks at me and she's like, "That stinks." She's like, "That stinks. It smells so bad." And awesome. Then my other daughter's like, "Yeah, they're putting cancer-causing chemicals on their skin, and then you're frying yourself like a turkey in the oven on Thanksgiving, and it's just baking into your skin." And I remember we were sitting there and there was this redhead chick and she was white, like white. But she put so much sunblock on. I was like, I said to my wife, I said, she's going to be the first person here with melanoma. You know what I mean? Like she never goes in the sun. And then you have so much of this stuff on there. And the craziest thing for me is that people don't read the labels. Like they don't read the labels. When I'll pull up food at the store and I'm like, first, I can't even pronounce this. Secondly, I don't have a clue what it is. Why would I want to put it in my body? Like food to me should be like apples, oranges. You know what I mean? I should be able to say the ingredients. This has sage, garlic, onion.
Have you ever noticed? I've never heard anyone else talk about this, and it's crazy to me. When you go into a grocery store, and I could be wrong, but everyone I've been in, have you ever noticed how all the real foods are on the outside wall? You usually walk in, and it's a bakery, produce, then it's like fish, and then it's meat, and then it's dairy, and then that's it. All the processed foods are in the aisles in between. It's almost like they're telling you, stay out of the fucking middle. Just go around the outside. That's where the real... And even though everything in a grocery store is fucked, I'm just saying, like,
better on the outside.
It's better, yeah. The lesser.
It's just like horror movies. It's just like horror movies. Everyone dies inside the house. You know what I mean? It's like just stay on the outside. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Or back to the wall. Like. But you said it's sad that not everybody has the inner monologue or something like that, or that they might be NPCs. And I'm thinking, I don't know if it's sad, because if we are in a virtual reality, then there will just be a amount of real players, and then there is a bunch of NPCs, filling the rest of the game out,
Yeah.
And in that sense, it's not sad, because they're not supposed to have a soul. Only a select few, not select few, but a certain amount of people are supposed to have real souls, and they're not supposed to have that. So that makes it not sad for me, because it's just how it's supposed to be,
So how do you feel about that with the simulation theory? And keep in mind, at least speaking to us, even if it's a simulation, which I'm not sold on, I'm just letting you know. Vince thinks it is. I'm not sold on. Even if it is a simulation, it doesn't mean that Jesus and God and the Bible and all that aren't true just because we're in a simulation. But how do you feel about that whole thing, and where are you at on it?
So my argument for the simulation theory, which I'm also not sold on it. I don't think it's. I can go kick the wall and break my toe right now, and that hurts. So I don't think it's a simulation. That's pretty crazy.
But hold on real quick before you move on. I don't want to interrupt you, but see, I think the same. But my argument for that is everything in our brain is electrical. If we're in a simulation, electrical could trigger the same thing in our human brain or whatever it is, and we would still feel it. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
And when you sleep on your arm, you don't feel shit for a while, right?
Yeah, right. Or when your baby falls asleep on your arm, then same thing. But the way I put it is, right, if you go to the Bible, it says in the beginning, right, God, created the everything. We'll just make it simple.
Yep.
So he had to create something and give everything its life, which would mean no matter what, we are in a simulation that God designed, right?
Yeah.
Whether it be these meat suits and we have a soul, that's a simulation of some type. If God decides tomorrow that he's just going to flick the computer off, so to speak, you know what I mean? We cease to exist in here. We probably would exist somewhere else. But if there's a physical thing, it has to be a simulation. I mean,
so
there's
you
no way
do
around
believe
that.
it, but what's the difference? That there is a God creating it. Is that what you?
So I don't believe that the Big Bang happened and we
Yeah.
evolved from monkeys.
No,
you know what I mean? Like,
What?
From that aspect.
No.
But
do you think this is a computer generated kind of a thing? This reality.
Computer generated, no. I do not think it's computer generated personally.
Why?
I think just because in the beginning God, right? I don't think he would have just made a computer and put us in this computer. I think it's physical. I think what he did was there's something that's greater than us, right? And we're there. We were created there, but we had to almost like a proving grounds, he created a realm that we're kind of trapped in. It's 3-dimensional. It's fixed. I can feel things. I can go and do things.
Let him cook, Vince. Let him cook.
Our 4-dimensional being, which is designed for heaven, is coming here. And if we don't do so good, well, then we're going to be locked in I don't know. I think hell's going to be like a 1-dimensional. Like you'll be able to just walk left and right, and you have to jump over people. Like a piece of paper. It's a video game, right? You go down a level
on a piece of paper. That's it.
But hold on, you say you think this is physical. What is physical? Like, for example, in these modern games now, they're getting better and better to make it look like the fucking screen is physical, like there is physical objects in there, but it's all coding, huh?
I think I can bridge this whole gap, because there's people that it can't be a simulation because it's real, it's physical. And then there's people like you that are like, oh, it can be a simulation because what's physical, blah, blah, blah. But we all here believe in a creator and God. And we all know that his capabilities are so far beyond what ours are. So in order to fully say it's not a simulation because we're not in a computer, God can have technology, or not technology, but way beyond that it could still be okay, I'm not saying this is what it is, but say a big coliseum of Earth, and we're all down here, but our real 4D self, like Vince said, to put it in that context, is up there watching, literally controlling this avatar in this simulation. But the avatar doesn't know, or I also partially agree with you that I personally think Earth is a school or a test, and that the only way to know the trueness of a soul is to actually put it in a condition where it doesn't know it's being tested and see what it does. And that's what I think our whole entire life is a test that you don't know you're being tested, and it's just to see how you respond in certain situations. I know that was a lot.
So I think it's like electromagnetic. You know what I mean? So as far as simulation, this is all simulation. Our body is animated through, electricity, right? If your heart stops beating, your brain stops sending electric pulses, you cease to exist as a physical body. And now you're just your soul, your spirit. So from that regard, it obviously absolutely is some type of a simulation. As far as it being a computer, I think it'd be pretty sad. Like, you get up to heaven and there's this huge house with many rooms, and in the closet, there's this dusty old computer that God refreshes up. He's like, "Oh, here you are,"
Vaughn.
I don't think it's like that.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
It'd be kind of funny if it was.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
I think kind of like the Matrix. They had these people. They had the people plugged in.
You're muted good now.
You did freeze for me on my screen though, but
that must have been a long delay.
So I don't think it's a computer. I think that I don't think that there's a.
Are you cutting off now again?
Can you guys hear me
now?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So what I was saying is, I don't think it's a physical computer. I think of it kind of like the Matrix, like our soul is that body in that other room, right, controlling the avatar in the game. I don't think that there's something like that personally. I think that it's just layered. I think heaven is right here. We're already there, but until we get out of this, three-dimensional plane of existence, we can't enter. And it's one of the things that I believe there's a firmament, right? The Bible talks about the firmament.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I like to just kind of say for this argument's sake is angels have wings. What if the wings were a specific frequency? So you think of animals like bumblebees. They can create levitation through their wings. They don't actually create lift.
Not only levitation, but somehow they defy wind. They defy crosswinds because they create this bubble around them that
but to a certain extent though,
right? Around them.
To a certain extent though, right? Because the wind can still blow the bumblebee away a little bit. I've seen that.
Right.
But hold on. I just want to say, Vaughn, before you continue, I do not think it's a physical computer rendering this at God's realm, just for the record. I think that the same kind of methods that a computer uses, it's being done here on us, but not a physical. There's not a PC
kind of what I meant by
there.
God's technology or skills are well beyond us. It's it could be a simulation, but not a simulation like any human can imagine. Not what we call a simulation. It's so far beyond that that it's an ant trying to understand how a car works.
Right. So one of the things that I kind of put in here is you think about angels. God sends them down, right? There's a firmament. If they're up in heaven, they have to go through the firmament, right? When God took Lucifer's wings away, what happened? I saw Lucifer fall like lightning down to the earth. His wings were gone. He's no longer in heaven. So his body has to do the same thing that a log would do when you hold it underwater. It has to equalize based on buoyancy, density, all these different things, right? Mm-hmm. And he just instantly went from heaven to where he would be here. And it's boom, like lightning. I think it's the same thing with us. This body could never get up to heaven, right? It's going to keep degrading and falling apart, and what we put in it, what we put on it. Yeah. Right. But I don't think heaven is necessarily above us. I think it's just another layer in the game, right? So you can build a game and you have to build the ground that you walk on, and then you add in the stream, and canvas. You have to add in the trees, right? So I think there's a base level that's the bottom of everything. That's probably the first dimension. And then you have the second dimension laid on that. You have the third dimension where we're at laid here. And that's why I think hell is probably going to be like a Super Mario, right? Where you're climbing the little pyramid.
Koopa's castle.
Yeah, Vaughn, have you heard we've spoken about this before, me and Ted, that there is a canvas that we got, like our visuals, our eyes. It has a set fixed canvas, and within that canvas is where the picture is making it look like we're turning around, walking.
Yeah, being rendered at that moment.
Yeah, because when you said,
Right.
I don't think heaven is up there, it's just another level, made me think about like, okay, we got this canvas, and the canvas is always staying the same, but it makes,
You're good now. Keep going.
the canvas is always fixed, and whether something is up there or below here, it's just entering the canvas and making it look like like the canvas never changes. We're always at a fixed canvas, and everything in there just changes. So in that sense, nothing is really above or below. It's all about, does it enter the canvas of like the screen,
Right.
like the TV screen? Does it enter the TV screen or not? That's all.
Yeah, now to make that make more sense and explain to you why it blew my mind, not make it make more sense, but to why it blew my mind is because he was telling me about how it's the same when we dream. Now, you would think when your mind is not held to your eyeballs because your mind doesn't have eyeballs, right? You should dream in 3D, in full spectrum. You should be seeing everything at once. But when you dream, you still see that canvas. And that's what freaked me out is like, that, like even in our dreams, we're stuck in that canvas. And then I was like, oh my God, is that all we're capable of? Is that like, so that's how it got me. That's what,
and that would mean everything, every space there is all in the canvas, and there is no more space than inside of the canvas. That's it.
That's it. Just that canvas.
Whatever you think, your universe, let's say you believe in the globe, a vast universe, it's all inside of the canvas. Doesn't matter. You know?
Yeah. And then you send a probe out to deep space to take a picture, and then you put it on a screen, and it's right there in your canvas, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing no matter what you do.
So if you want to say how much space really exists, you could just say, well, whatever the canvas is, and that's it. There is no more space.
4x6.
Yeah.
It's a 4x6 picture. You
That's
can hold it in your hand, you know.
That's it. It's funny. But anyways,
For that
continue.
moment.
You talked about the firmament.
Yeah, for that moment.
Yeah.
Right.
And you know, the firmament, it's like, it makes sense. If we're in a virtual reality, just like in a video game where you have a wall
there'd be a limit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if there's no wall there and you're just like,
yeah.
And you can't run anymore.
And that's why that rocket maybe like, boom, it crashed into the fake wall, you know?
Damn
like
you, Vince.
You know, when you play GTA.
Think about it like this real quick.
So
real quick, think about it like this.
Yeah.
What if the top of the simulation is the bottom of the simulation? All right. So when the rocket hits the top of the firmament, it's hitting the bottom, what's below it, right? So like when you see those rockets,
when you go through
and
the
they're going
screen and
across
come out the other side,
right? So when it goes across, and you see, like, you know, we all have seen those like SpaceX rockets, and it looks like you're looking down at a boat, and it's skimming across the water, and it's got those big, I think it's plasma that's like shooting off the edges. It looks like a boat skimming across. Like, what if that's just hitting the bottom of the
right?
You know, bottom of that box, and it's skimming across
ocean,
it.
Yeah.
I even had a theory that what if beyond the ice wall there are a few more continents and this and that, la la la. But I have a theory that at some point you will just see the end.
You'd poke your hand through and it would come out the other side.
No. You can see like here is where reality stops rendering. Here is just computer code now. Like if you get to that edge, you could
like the Matrix.
Yeah, you could see the end
it's like
of
ones and zeros.
Yeah, you can see the end of the simulation. Like, oh.
Well, God would make it impossible for your physical meat suit to get there.
Unless
make it super cold and super high walls and super terrible.
Perhaps.
So I personally don't subscribe to like the ice wall theory myself. I mean, it's possible, but I call myself Doubting Thomas, right? He had to see the holes and put his fingers in them before
Well,
he believed that
I
Jesus
say
rose from the
ice
dead.
wall, I mean there are provable cliffs of Antarctica that are high sheets of ice
Right.
that are there. That's what I mean. I don't think there's some
Right.
encompassing wall that was built out of ice at all. That's not what I mean.
Right. So the way that I kind of put it is, imagine like a square table, right? The Bible talks about the four corners of the world, and there's a specific verse. I think it's Isaiah or Job. I think it might be Job, where it says, God suspends the north above nothing. Well, if north was a corner of the table, what's past that corner of the table? You can't go set your mug past that corner of the table.
Yeah.
It's just gonna
There's nothing
it's gonna
there.
fall into nothingness, right? So
Yeah.
like if you think about it like that, and then now you put like a little lamp, and the other one I use is like a gymnasium. You put a little desk lamp in the middle of that gymnasium, you're only gonna be able to see that light so far.
Yeah.
Right. So if we're to believe that light's what gives us life, and that's the positive, that's the male, then you got the moon, which is the negative, it's the cold, it's the female, all of these different things, that's only going to exist so far. And I don't think that we're capable in this body to get past that aspect, so we couldn't explore past that. So there's, I think, like a physical area that is humanly possible, and I think that outside of that, so I think there's probably land. You could probably sail a ship, but you're just going to get to a point where you just physically can't go any further. And you can see that there's more over there. There might be like a polar bear, and you're like, I'm going to go get to that polar bear, but you just kind of stop, because it's just physically impossible to get outside of that.
Yeah.
You're saying there's a limitation,
Right?
Like there is a limit.
Yeah. It's possible, and it
So,
could be
I do-
that you have to vibrate at a different frequency to get through it. It could be, which would be the same as jumping dimensions, I guess, or whatever, or seeing the next
Or like
spectrum.
once you get into that other dimension, now all of the physical limitations in this layer are gone, and then that's why it's such a much bigger, beautifuler house, as the Bible calls it, right? Because now you have the access of the whole realm, in all directions. Like the moon map, there's fascinating things about that. I think that if we are to believe that this is God's pocket watch, where we live, there would be a reset every day for God. And the Bible tells us, Proverbs or 2 Peter 3 verse 8, one day with the Lord is like 1,000 days for man, or 1,000 years for man. So it's like, well, what if every 1,000 years everything resets, right? And if like the sun and the moon travel along the hour hand and they're moving, well, that would mean that like our seasons and our climate is going to change every 1,000 years. And
they already are. So I live in South Florida, so we're close to the equator, which would be the place where the sun shifts during seasons. And I literally remember, so growing up, April showers bring May flowers. Early in the year, a bunch of rain came, then it started getting hot around May, and then June was bad, July was the worst, August started cooling down, September a little more. It's totally shifted now. We get zero rain in April or May. It's pushed. It only starts getting hot in late June, and we're hot till November now. The whole thing, because I think it's a great year, 21,000 years around, like the Prague clock, all of that. But so I think we have definitely shifted, and I think that's also part of why they fucked up our 13-month calendar instead of the 12-month calendar. That's why they use the 12-hour day instead of the 24-hour day and mess with all the time zones, is because we have this normal circadian rhythm and they're trying to throw us off of it. And that's why they do daylight savings and switch an hour here and there. Everything is to throw us off
April
the natural
Fools.
balance. Yeah, exactly. That we know is happening, and they're trying to make us not feel it.
Yeah. So, like if you go back to like the Genesis, right? How long did everyone live? About 900 plus years, right? 800, 900. So my thoughts with that 21-year clock in Prague is, what if that's like a full day for the Lord, right? And then each of those 1,000 years, everything resets. And if you lived for 1,000 years, you'd be able to see all 4 seasons, right, of the Lord. Because I think what makes the most sense to me is what you just said, something about like how the seasons are changing. So my mom's neighbor, he passed away last year. I remember him talking, and he said, I grew up in Arkansas, and when I was a boy, so like 8, 10, 15. He said we would get so much snow that our horses couldn't even leave the barn. Like they'd be in the barn for a month because they couldn't even go out in the snow. Now it never snows in Arkansas, right? And the thing is, we don't live long enough to see that 250 years change, right? So if we just move it down to 1,000 years, we only live for, if we're lucky, 1/10 of that.
Yeah.
So no person's living long enough to tie those things together.
Good point. And now we do have video cameras now,
You know,
but
and
it
then
doesn't matter. What I mean,
yeah, and I mean, there's no way that they can manipulate that video footage.
no, exactly. That
Right.
was what I was going.
And
Like
it's CGI. There's
that
no
was
way
where
they
I
have
was
CGI.
going. Like I'm saying, like, okay, but now we're in the era of recording videos, right? But that doesn't matter anymore because AI can just make whatever.
They gave us like
video.
a window like this big of where video was
Mattered.
reliable.
Right now
It was like first
over.
it was too grainy to see anything. Then for like a short period it was good and reliable, and now it's not
gone.
even fucking reliable anymore.
Now we don't know who's real anymore.
Yeah, you could be fake, Vince.
Yeah.
I think you live in Colorado.
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
But can I say this?
See, and then you got the dead.
Go.
I was gonna say you have the dead internet theory too.
What's that?
You guys heard about the dead internet theory,
No.
right?
Yeah, I know about it, but
Okay, let me-
What is it for those who don't know?
I don't know.
including me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, let me ask another question first. Do you know about the population hoax?
Yeah.
I absolutely know that the population is not what they say it is, for sure. It's all
Might be
scarcity
way lower.
tactics.
Okay, so-
yeah,
Right. So those two go hand in hand, and I have never seen
good
anyone
point.
tie them together.
Okay,
So the
Ty.
way I
neither have
explain it
I.
is
That's
this.
a great fucking point, man. Mm.
All right, so this is how I tie it together. If you were a country with like no water, no electricity, and you needed help because people were dying, and UN goes, "Hey, we're going to give you, $1,000 per person. How many people need help?" You're incentivized to say, "Oh, 17 million," right?
Yeah.
When there's only like 17,000 living in huts down by the river.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So they create all these people. Now you add in the fact that I think the government is probably 50 years minimum ahead of us. So the technology that we have with our phones and stuff,
100 years.
this is
but
50 years behind, right? I just say 50,
Yeah.
but I think it's more than that. So that means that everything that we're using, the AI, they had 50 plus years ago before the internet really even was big. Okay. So now what they can do is they can create all these additional people. So now there's 8 billion people and we're running out of space. We're running out of food, even though someone with a mind who can think can figure out that you could have all those people living in Texas
Yeah.
and still have room,
Yeah.
right? They could each have their own acre and they could have their whole
Exactly.
family on an acre and be perfectly fine.
Yep.
But people don't use their brains because they don't have an inner monologue.
Yeah.
So now you have 8 billion people when there's really only, let's just say 2 billion.
Yeah.
We could kill off 2 billion people and scare everyone into thinking that there's this huge genocide or this huge plague or this COVID virus that's killing everybody. And you'll see this person and that person die. So you'll think that it's true. Oh, my grandma died with COVID, so this is real. And they'll show you whole cities just decimated where there's nobody. There's just dead bodies laying across the street. And now you subconsciously think, well, 2 billion people just died.
Yeah.
But really,
Yeah.
all they killed off was, some of the people that only exist on the internet. They killed off were
Yeah.
some of these fake
They
people
just
that
deleted
were just
some
penned
hoax
in as an
people.
additional person in Uganda.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they sped up the algorithm so now that the computer can run a little faster. Now the simulation's running a little bit faster.
Okay, can I push back?
Because now we have that many less people
I
that we
have,
to
real quick,
manipulate
Vince
online and have an
first.
online presence.
I have never heard anybody tie those two
Yeah.
things together, and that interests me even more because the dead internet theory I've heard about, but I'm like, yeah, but like people I know that I met on the internet that were posting things, and now I have their phone number and I'm talking to them. So it can't be completely true the way they make it out to be, but the population hoax tied in with tons, because I'd have to look at how many people have social media accounts and the population, and then assume that if they're lying about the population, use the same ratio to assume that there's that less people on the internet. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Right. So I'm
You're
pretty
both
sure
like,
every
no.
year Facebook deletes around 2 billion profiles.
2 billion?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I here?
2 billion.
Yes. Can hear
yeah.
you. Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's like 1.8 to 2.2 billion every year.
That makes zero sense, though.
Right.
That
Well, because
doesn't
they have
add
to
up.
create these people, right? They need they need to have 100 people say that this product, this diaper, is really good, right? Because what they do is they sell to you, hey, we're gonna get you. We've got this many users, and your product, we can sell it. Give us $5,000 a month, and we'll put it on everyone's feed. It'll be right there, and they have to get those clicks. They have to get those likes. Otherwise, they're not meeting their end of the bargain.
Dude.
So they create these users. Someone reports them. And then now they delete them and they just create another one over here. And now they're taking your $5,000. And if you think about it, the population hoax is about 80%. Dead internet theory ranges between 50 to about 75%. So that's about 50 to 75% of the internet users are not actual legitimate. So like in some spheres like crypto, they say it's about 83 to 85%. In other spheres like homesteading, they think it's like closer to about 40% because most of the homesteaders are real people. But then you'll have that one account pushing something that no homesteader agrees with because they try to get that dissension in there. So when, at the end of the day, they just delete those users, they get reported, they create a new one. That way they can sell your product. And now you're paying $5,000 for this ad that's really only reaching about, 20 to 30% of what they told you it would reach. And then now you're stuck in it, and you're believing that you're actually selling your diapers or whatever it is because you have the ad on Facebook. Right.
Son of a bitch.
Dude, in that world,
it all ties together.
Authentic. Yeah. Go ahead, Vince. You've been holding back a while. Go ahead.
Oh, well, in that world, if that's true, they could even play with you like, hey, you sold 10,000 of your products. Here you go. Here's some money from these people that these fake people that bought it, but there was really no real people buying it.
Oh yeah, they could do that. I'm okay with that though.
Yeah, so they're like, "Hey, you sold 10,000 products. Here you go. Here's the money." And you're like, "Yes." And then they could decide this month you didn't sell anything. The NPCs didn't buy jack shit from you. But hold on.
Right.
But I want to say this to the previous thing. You said they could wipe out a whole fucking city and shit. That would actually have to be seen in real life too, right? You would need to go to that city and see, oh shit, there isn't any people here, or what?
I mean, they have a lot of.
So you've never seen one of those. You've never seen one of those AI videos where they said like the tsunami just wiped out this whole village, and then it comes out that that's like an AI created video.
Yeah, I've seen shit like that. Yeah.
You never seen one of those?
I've seen. Yes.
Yeah, so it'd be super easy.
Oh, I know.
I was gonna say fucking Hiroshima and Nagasaki, how they say they dropped nukes there, and that it would be thousands of years before humans can inhabit them again. Businesses were open
10,000
later.
years.
It's fucking bullshit. So they could fake it. They could say a whole population was wiped out.
But I mean, what I mean is this. Let's say
and then think about. Well, real quick, Vince. Remember COVID? They said you couldn't fly to certain countries because those countries weren't doing what the WEF said you had to do. They weren't getting vaccines. They weren't cleaning things, so you can't fly there. So how would you even verify that anyone died in that country? They could say, "Oh, this country, they didn't roll out our vaccines. They didn't clean their computers when they were done touching them at the library."
I think I said this.
So everybody got
week.
COVID and died.
How would you really even know? So say, I don't want to mention any particular thing, but say they told you 23 people were killed in this shooting yesterday, right? How would you ever know that if you didn't personally know one of the people in it? You could look it up online. They could say it. You could look it up in the news. You could say it. How do you know that's a real person? Even if it's a real person, how do you know that's their real name and they're not an actor? How do you know that any of this actually happened unless it's someone you know? Just like me, I always tell my mom, she's like, you could die in a plane crash. I'm like, how many people do you know who have died in a plane crash? How many people do you know that knows somebody who has died in a plane crash? Let me guess. It's fucking zero, right? Okay. So don't worry about those things. How do you know any of these things actually happen?
That's interesting, yeah.
I have a buddy who always says this. He's like, how many people do you know who had a kid die, right? Like, what's his name?
Eric Clapton.
One of the singers, his son fell out. Yeah, his son
Clapton
fell out of the window and died at the hotel.
I fucking pulled it out of nowhere. Thank you.
Dude, but it's one of those things. How many celebrities can you name off the top of your head who had kids die horrific deaths like that? Almost all of them.
Yeah, I know.
So like, what's the tie there?
Because you have
that
to
goes
get
against
famous.
what you're saying with like the plane crash.
You have to sacrifice somebody to get big.
Well,
almost every celebrity has lost someone huge to them right before or right after they became famous.
But even then, how
Almost
do you
all.
know? How do you
That
know they
ties into what
died?
you were just saying.
That's true. You don't know. How do I know Eric Clapton had a kid?
Yeah, and if he had, and he died, his kid died, they could just say he died, and now he has a different identity.
He
They
could
never
have
show.
moved to France.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, you don't know.
I mean, this
They just
whole world is
reprogrammed that
deceptive.
kid.
Yeah.
That's why I
So, like,
find it funny a
real
lot
quick-
of times that so many people say, "Oh, it's all bullshit," blah 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 blah, and then they're like, "Oh, Trump's moving people into DC." Oh, fuck! Like, if it's all bullshit, then it's all bullshit. Like, come on. Sorry, go ahead.
Right.
You were gonna say something.
So I got it pulled up so this can stay for a second. But that's funny because I was actually thinking earlier when I was driving with the kids about this exact topic. So it's so cool that it came up authentically in conversation. But oh man, where do I want to go? So when you look at it, spelling matters. Okay, words matter. They call it spelling. What do witches do? They cast spells, right?
I just did a
And when
post
you're in
about
school,
this
you're in
today.
third grade.
Thank
The teacher's like, "Hey, you need to spell this, right? It's spelling. So words matter. When you go out with the old lady and she wants to see a play, you're going to a theater. But then if you're going to run for president, you're now doing political theater. And if you want to start a war somewhere, you're now in the theater of war, right?
Yeah, they call
So
it the
it's
theater of war.
it's
Literally,
all intertangled.
it's insane.
Yeah, so it's all
Insane.
tangled because these words matter because it's all about getting you to believe that you're part of this fake prism, this prison that we're in, this box, as Vance like to call it, right? You're stuck in this box, and if you go, you can't fly to that country. That's a war-torn country. We can't go there. How do we even know that there's a war going on there? I mean, you really don't.
Okay.
And quick, and if the government had this technology for AI for 50 more years than we've had it, how do we know that any of those wars they started over in the Middle East or anything actually even happened?
We don't. Well, Vince, what were you gonna say?
Oh, go. I can save it.
No, I was just gonna say. So
we sent a lot of people over there.
No, a funny thing is, so Vince's brother was in Tehran when Israel was just bombing Iran, as Jonah says. But yeah, and so I will say two things. One, so he was there hearing explosions as we were hearing them on the news. But I never got to ask you, Vince, does he actually know anybody who died?
It's funny that you ask me this.
Personally.
I was gonna add to this because we haven't talked about this since that shit happened with the Israel.
Yeah,
Iran.
we kind of just never.
I talked to my brother like 2 weeks ago or something because they finally restored WhatsApp in Iran and shit.
Yeah.
So I finally got to ask him like, how was it? Like, first of all, I was like, were you scared? He's like, no, I took like a cup of coffee and I sat on my roof and just watched the fucking
your brother's an NPC.
Fireworks.
No, he's like I don't care if
he just watched the fireworks.
Yeah, good. I'm gonna get there. So he's like, how? I was like, what the fuck? Are you retarded? You just go up and sit and watch it without being scared? Or he's like, it doesn't matter. He's like, it doesn't matter if it hits me. It hits me. Why should I be scared? Like, I'm just gonna see what happens. Anyways,
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So what he said though was this. He's like, I just watched these missiles or whatever it was getting intercepted. That was real, okay? But I asked him, I was like, okay, on the news, we saw a bunch of buildings getting blown up and shit. And what he did say was this. He said one of the places, it looked like nothing happened to that place. But he did then say that the TV news station building, that was destroyed. So he gave me like a possibility that they do fake.
Well, so they could put bombs in, blow that up.
Yes.
And they could send missiles up from one place and another and lock their coordinates together and have them blow up in the sky, knowing no one will get hurt. And it could 100% sell a war saying, oh my God, this is going on, a building that's empty with fucking bombs in it.
If 40% of people are not real, then 40% of those bombs could not be real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they really don't have to kill anybody. But to tie that back now, this is what Grok pulled up just now. This is just a whole. I couldn't find my old thread. Imperva's 2023 Bad Bot Report found that 49.6% of all global internet traffic in 2023 was bot driven, which is up 2% from the prior year. Okay. Some regions like Ireland, bot traffic reached 71%. Okay. Now let's go to Facebook.
Ireland?
Historical context. In 2018, Meta reported removing 1.5 billion fake accounts in the 6-month period. So that's 3 billion for just 1 year, right?
So hold on, real quick.
See, do they have other statistics?
1.5 billion. So 3 billion for a year. The world's population is supposedly 8 billion, which they're lying about.
Yeah.
That means there's almost more bots online than there are more bots online than real people. And I think the reason it's Ireland is because Ireland's population's so small, but the internet's everybody. So that's probably how that affects that.
I think it ties into immigration. I think with all that immigration that they're saying, they have to have all these extra people. So they have people who are living there who really aren't. That's where I tie it. But one more here. Stable coin transactions and bots 2024 report highlighted by Crypto Tips noted that 90% of all stable coin transactions were bot driven.
Yep, there you go.
So that's 90% of all crypto trading is bot driven.
Dude,
that's why I don't fucking touch crypto.
You know, the followers we think we have. What if there's like a handful?
49.6% of them don't exist.
So you think like I got 200,000 followers?
That's fine with me, though. I'm still reaching 50,000 people, even if that's true. I'm good with that. I'm good.
Are they 50,000 real people?
Well, if it's 49.6,
it depends on which.
Go, John.
So I think it depends on which sphere you're in. So like if you're like pushing pro-Trump stuff, you probably have a ton of bots that are just going to like every one of your tweets, right? But if you're pushing like anti-Trump stuff, you're probably also going to have a bunch of bots who are making comments saying that this is stupid. Okay, so now let's look at like us
middle of the
truthers.
road
If you're
on the fence.
Well, like that's what I was kidding. So now let's look at it like this: if you're a truther and you're pointing out these conspiracy theories, hey guys, 49% of all internet traffic is bot driven. Now, are they going to attack you for pointing out what they don't want, those NPCs with no inner monologue? Are they going to attack you with more bots? Or are they going to let you thrive and keep sharing? Because now, if all of these people flock to you, we have 100,000 people that we can follow, and not one of them's a bot. So I think it can go either way, right? So like people who lose accounts all the time,
no
this is my
answers
third account.
For us.
So
he did have an answer.
100,000.
Either way, dualistic.
I'm close. I broke 96 literally today.
I think
for the first time.
Well, let's just say you have 100. We'll just say 100,000 because that's an easier number than 96.
Yeah.
But let's say you have 100,000. I think that you have a big enough platform that they would not want to drive bots to it because they can follow. So the people who engage in your posts, if they want to 1984 and round people up, put them in these little prisons, right? They're going to know exactly who to go after. Well, this person liked this tweet about, the dead internet theory. This person also liked this tweet that Von Conspirator had about this. And I think that our group of people, the truthers, those that are awake, we have less bots because they want an authentic count and they want to be able to track and follow us. So I think ours is lower, but I think that the comments, the trolls section, I think that is all bots though.
Yeah.
Because anyone
Following
with half a brain that watches
get
this
you
kind of
looked at by
content,
the government. That's what's going to happen.
Or me. I mean, I'm on my third account, so they have to be.
Oh, they're watching.
But yeah,
for sure.
I mean, listen, you can't be a truther and think that they're not gonna have their eyes on you eventually. Like you will.
Dude, I tell people all the time when they're like, "You're gonna have to share your ID soon to post on." So first of all, it happened on Twitter first. They were like, "Oh my God, it's coming up. You're gonna have to share your ID to have a Twitter account." And now they're trying to do it again because they're getting ready to do it on YouTube and Rumble and all that. If they don't know who you are by now, you're not doing your job.
Yeah.
So I don't give a fuck. I will throw my ID on the table right now and let you see who I am. I don't give a fuck. So that doesn't matter to me. They should already know who we are.
Yeah. Well, let's bring this full circle. 9/11, right? They created this, if we want to believe the government did it, they created this whole thing so that we would just willingly throw away our freedoms for the Patriot Act. They created TSA, right? Every year between 14,000 and 17,000 TSA agents are arrested for stealing and fondling people and all sorts of things. Guess how many terrorists they've caught since 2001 when they were created? Yeah, zero.
Not one
so,
single one.
So 1,500, let's just say, get arrested, and they caught 0 people because of it.
It's 2025, and finally I heard last month you don't have to take your shoes off anymore in American airports, bro. Victory.
I'll tell you, if I was a terrorist, I would just ride. If I was a terrorist, I'd just ride Greyhound. I mean, there's no security on a Greyhound bus. Man.
Guys, couldn't it just be that they want to show you subconsciously that, see, ever since we've done all of this draconian tyranny stuff on you in the airport, there is no more terrorists, and that means the more tyrannical we get, the safer it will get for you. You know,
that's what they tried to do with COVID. Yeah. That's what they tried to do with everything.
So the method is working.
We took care of you.
Yeah.
They're stepping it up a notch
working
each
for those
time.
The surveillance works, okay?
It works. It works if you don't have an inner monologue, though, right? Because if you do have an inner monologue, you're probably not going to fly. You know, you're going to be like, well, I had a 16-hour drive. I'll leave today
until you can't drive anymore.
I used to be one of those people who enjoyed flying. I was like, I love flying. Everybody else bitches about it. I'm cool. I get on there, I fall asleep, I'm good. Now, it would take a lot to get me on a plane now with all this DEI bullshit and all these planes are crashing and all that. Like, I'm not saying it's linked. I'm just saying I'm hard pressed to get on a plane right now.
You don't have to have a pilot's license unless I heard this and I looked it up and it seemed like it was true. If you're in really low, under 500 feet, you don't even need a plane license to fly. So I was like, well, shoot, I could just get like one of those low altitude planes and just go wherever I wanted. They wouldn't be able to say anything.
Yeah, like 200 feet, you're good. That's probably below radar also.
But Juan, you said like I'll be fine driving. Yeah, but that's why they're gonna phase out all the manual cars and just get you electric cars. And then once that's established, they can just say you won't be driving.
Shit. Did you guys see that video the other day? I don't know if it's true or not, but it's this black dude driving, like ghetto dude, whatever. And he's like, this is some bullshit.
It's spinning.
And he's showing that, no, the Tesla stopped in the middle of the road. And on the screen, it says you're 3 months behind in your payments. And it fucking made the car undrivable. He's turning the wheel and the wheels aren't turning. He's like, nothing's fucking working.
It's his own car, right? His own Tesla.
But I mean, a lease or a payment, whatever.
I don't know if it's repossessed
true,
itself.
Yeah, yes. But I do know that cars are going around him and he's standing in the fucking road and it says that on the screen. So either he's great at faking it or it's true. And the very next step to that is it driving itself back to the dealership. And then the next step to that is when they think that you created a crime, it driving you to, yes, believe it or not, jail. That's what's going to happen.
Okay. So they
can lock the doors.
Yeah, lock it and send you to jail.
Well, hey, you posted something on Twitter we don't like, so you now can't leave your car. We're taking
exactly
you to jail.
Lock the doors. Even if it doesn't drive you, your doors are locked. Wait till the cops get there.
So
it doesn't matter.
So this is why
my theory. My theory with this. Give me like 10 seconds. My theory with that is that's why Elon Musk is putting out that Cybertruck with those like bulletproof windows and stuff, so you can't get
break out.
Yes, it's a trap. It's a fucking prison with wheels.
And then it catches on fire.
But see, this is why they're so genius.
And then now that'll make all the other car companies step up their game.
Yeah,
with their windows bulletproof.
Yep.
So they create this bullshit climate stuff. They're like, listen, gasoline cars are fucking the climate, so we have to get rid of all of them and just electric cars. And then they got us. When it's only electric cars.
I drive a diesel.
Yeah, but that's gonna be bad for the environment somehow too, eventually.
So I drive an old Volkswagen, right? It's a diesel.
Convert it to biodiesel, then you'll be all good.
Oh, I could run that car on used motor oil if I wanted.
Yep.
But
Exactly. It's awesome.
So this is a funny thing. They had these cars. They stopped making this specific engine because it would get between 45 to 51 miles a gallon, and that's like with no maintenance. And they said that this is that these cars were inefficient, right? They were very polluting, so we needed to phase them out. And they came out with the new one. The new ones only get about 35 miles a gallon. Same car, right? Same engine, same fuel. So how is this one more efficient when I can go almost twice as far in mine on the same amount of fuel? So what is it emitting that's worse than that one? Because I'm going further, right? I'm using the only thing I'm putting into that tank is diesel.
Yeah, how are you getting more pollutant out of less gas over time? Makes no sense.
But I will say this,
and it's so funny. People will argue they'll argue with you like, no, that car is really bad for the environment. And I was like, well, how many miles a gallon do you get? Like, use your head.
It's insane. It's crazy.
But not to go into this, but I just want to say this, though. The only guy that is pushing for regular cars is Donald Trump. That's all I'm going to say. There's no there's no other person with his power that is saying, hey, listen, not everybody wants this electronic bullshit. People want gasoline cars, and they're going to have that. I'm just saying, whether he's with them or not, that's still positive that somebody's at least trying to at least appear that is pushing back against the electronic cars, you know?
I mean, if you had a solar panel, you'd be able to charge your car, right? So if you had your own solar panels, you could still charge your electric car and get where you're going, right? You take the little computer out that they use to control all of the stuff. You know, like I used to know people that would cut that, it's not Starlink, what's it called? OnStar. They would cut the cable to OnStar so that they couldn't control the engine because they didn't want all of them listening to their conversations. It's going to get to the point where people are going to come out with these little mods for Teslas where you can, override the computer and still drive your car even though you didn't make your payment like that one guy, But look at it like this. I'm sure you guys remembered 5-10 years ago, all of the people on the Republican side of the aisle saying, I'm never going to get an electric car. There's no charging stations by me. And, what are they going to have, an electric tractor someday and be driving an electric combine? And then what happened? Trump gets elected. He puts a used Tesla dealership at the White House. And then you have people buying Teslas left and right. Oh, you're not a real Republican unless you drive a Tesla. It's that brainwashing.
Yeah, and then they even had the people firebombing the Tesla dealerships, and then other people were like, I'm going to support Elon and buy one because they're attacking him. It was beautiful. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
And they don't even realize they're manipulated. Just trust the plan, guys. Trump's our savior.
I mean, Anyway.
And let's tie this back to spelling. All right. Yes, what does MAGA mean in the Satanic Church?
No, not bringing
the MAGA back. Was the fifth level. You're the fifth level priest in the Satanic Church. You're a MAGA.
Okay.
Spelling matters.
One, if you believe this whole thing is a fucking deceptive theater from whoever controls this realm, I then have to say, if you assign to that, then how come you believe a book is legit, like the Bible?
What book? You talking about the Bible?
Yes, because this is I'm just giving you the devil's advocate. No, the devil's angle.
Right.
The devil's angle. Why is it called the devil's angle? But the other angle, like if you believe everything in this theater is faked to that detail, like they're doing this to get us there, but yet there is one book in there that you don't think they have control over.
So I do not fall into the category that thinks the Bible is like this perfect book. All right. So if we just look at King James himself, in 1560, they created the Geneva Bible, right? And they put that out. And he said, man, these people, they're going crazy over this Geneva Bible. And now everybody knows how to read it because they were hiding it by making the Bible in Latin and other languages so that the everyday Joe couldn't read it. And he changed things. And if you look up Ephesians 6, verse 12 in the Geneva Bible, it says the worldly governors who are the princes of darkness of this world. But then if you get a King James Bible, it doesn't say worldly governors. It says like principalities. Well, what's a principality? I've never met a principality. Like who's the principality? I've met a lot of governors though, and it's so well, wait, wasn't King James also a 33-degree Freemason? You know.
Yeah.
So
How do
I
we
don't
know
think
King
the
James
Bible
even
is-
existed, Vaughn?
We don't.
Well, I mean, exactly.
fuck is
So
King
I don't
James?
fall under. I don't fall under that category. I do think that like the biblical books are, you know, pretty good books. I do read them and study them. I look at it like this. I see evidence of a creator everywhere, right? From like the golden ratio,
Oh, yeah.
you know, things like that.
Yes.
There's so much evidence. I see
We
evidence
can
of the
all agree
simulation.
on that.
We all agree on that.
And
Vaughn.
no person has the ability to create a simulation this perfect. Like look at the human body alone. Like there's proteins, and you need a specific protein for your digestive system. So what came first, that protein or the digestive system, right? Like
Yeah.
these things, they had to have been installed into this simulation at the exact same time. So taking the Bible and we can put it on a pedestal, right? And it can stay up there, and you could look at it from both sides of the Bible. You could look at the front cover, you could look at the back cover. On the back cover, yeah, this book was probably manipulated, and there's a lot of people who are believing the manipulation. But if you look at it on the other cover, this book was a lot, you know, it's one of the things in this simulation, and we can get closer to the creator by reading it, but you have to understand the deceptions. Now, where does that deception come from? Well, if there is a creator, then there has to be an antithesis, right? Something is the antithesis of the creator, right? So who is that?
Dualistic.
Well, the Bible tells us that that Lucifer wanted to be like God, but he couldn't create anything, right? So he had to create that antithesis. And that's what I think is going on is you have these principalities, these worldly governors who, you know, oh yeah, you can kill my 3-year-old son, right? Eric Clapton, was he 4 or 5? Yeah, just push him out that hotel window and kill him. And then you can give me all of the power in the world, the money, the fame. All of those people, they have to sign into this because they can't create their own things. They can only join the antithesis. And if the antithesis wins in the end, then we're all stuck in this prison. But if God wins in the end, which if it's a simulation, we know God's going to win in the end because he writes the code, right? So I kind of look at it from that dualistic perspective.
The
where,
dualistic
the Bible is
podcast,
better.
yes. Huh? Yeah.
Right. But I also understand that man we're fallible, right?
Yes.
So like you look at like church. There's a lot of churches that have a specific denomination, and you go to this church and you say, oh, they're teaching about this. I don't like that. He said that men can't turn into women. I'm going to drive up the road to this other church. And then they say that, you know, they have a woman, a pastor. So I'm happy, you know? So when you break it down into that human perspective, you can go any direction you want. That's where that antithesis is. That's where that control is. And now the pastor speaks out against the church. Oh, you're annexed from the church. You no longer have your church. We're going to take your platform away, just like they do on X and all those other platforms. Yeah. Oh, you said too much. We're going to take that away. You're shadow banned. We're going to take that away. And they just slowly strip it down. There's not a church. The church is us. You, me, right? We're a church. Yeah. Wherever 2 or more of you gather, I am with you.
2.
Right?
It's so all starts with 2. It all starts with
why
2.
Do I need to go to why do I need to go to a building that's called a church? Why
Isn't it funny?
Follow a denomination that's called the church. I don't need to.
Okay, well, hold on.
So
I need to add to something you said before. You said something like you don't think this Satan can create as God can. I agree.
Yeah.
But what we do think Satan can do is copy what God has created. What if Satan wants us humans to create the things it needs? For example, I believe Satan's ultimate goal is to create a virtual reality that is indistinguishable. Yeah, indistinguishable to reality. Okay, but it needs us to create it for it, right? And then once we have created it, it wants us to connect our brains into that realm. And now Satan does become
Elon
God.
Musk.
Yeah, now Satan does become God in that realm. And now it has mimicked God's real reality because it copied it, but it made us do the work because we are the creators.
Just got so real.
And then it throws us in there, and now we're stuck in hell, which is its realm, the reality we created.
But what happens when our physical bodies
die? That's two-dimensional.
Yeah, it's dualistic.
Yeah, that'll be two-dimensional.
Well, no. What do you mean?
I mean, so like I agree with that. right? And if you look at it like this, if he can win and get all of us into his simulation, then there's no one here for God to save, right? So it's a dual purpose.
Yes.
And I think for Satan to get saved, I think he thinks that he needs to get all of us unsaved, because God would never send us to hell. He wants us with him. If he's our father, right? You don't want your son or daughter to go off and do these negative, bad things. You don't want your son to go off and be a heroin addict and die of an overdose. So you as a father are going to do everything you can with love and compassion to try to save them. So if we all become heroin addicts in this in Satan's simulation, right, God's going to want to save us. So I think for Satan to get back in the good graces, we all have to be in bad graces. And now he's like, I'm not that bad anymore, am I?
Yeah,
right?
you can't save all them and not save me, right?
Right. So what most people don't realize about Satan is God creates everything with a purpose. So when he created us with the purpose of being with him in heaven. That's our essential end goal. He tells us to be fruitful and multiply and subdue the earth. So we are to take possession of this earth and subdue it and be fruitful and multiply. Well, if we don't multiply, then there's not going to be a bunch of people hanging out with God up in the afterlife, right? If Adam and Eve said, "Hey, I'm not gonna, know my wife and have kids," there would only be 2 people up in heaven. God doesn't want that, right? So now when you look at the angels, what did God create the angels for? They were to serve God by serving what he created heaven for, us. So they looked at it as slavery. We need to worship you all day, and we have to go and tell this peon peasant human that can't even fly up to heaven oh, you're going to have a son and name him Jesus, right? Name him Emmanuel. So what Satan did is he deceived the angels into saying, you don't have free choice because you have to serve God, which is the same thing we have to do. We're created with a purpose to subdue the earth, right? We have a purpose. They had a purpose. He said, you were created in a prison to serve. You guys are slaves, which is the same thing the government tells us, that we're slaves serving them, right? So it's the same loop. It's the same chain.
Can I say one thing to that?
Yeah.
I don't think we can ever really understand what God wants, because you said like God wants us over there, with him. How do we know that?
Well, would you create something just to destroy it?
Well, this is all just speculation. I'm just saying, can we really say what God truly wants? Because if we can, that means we figured out God in some sense. Like we have figured out that God wants this. I don't think we will ever have the capacity to ever understand what God wants and does not want. Like, we're not even on that level. We will never be on that level to understand how God works and why God does what he does. I don't think any of us will ever be able to understand that, because only one entity can understand that, and it's God itself and no other being. Meaning, we can never figure out God, ever. That's what I think. That's just my personal thing. None of us can ever figure out.
I think if you figured him out, you would teleport to the next dimension.
Then you would. Right? Then you would need to be God. No, if you can figure out God,
you crack the code.
Then you are God. If you can't figure out God, then you are God, because nobody else could figure out God. You shouldn't be able to figure out God because you're not on that level.
Right.
You can't.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. That all we can really do is speculate on it, and from our human perspective, like what would we do in that situation?
Yeah,
so that's why I say, like, as a father,
yeah,
I want to provide for my kids, protect them, right? I want them to have everything that I didn't have when I was growing up, So if we're to believe that he's our father, then wouldn't he want to do the same for us?
I mean,
and I feel like if you were here forever, like if he was here forever, he had a lot of time to think about what he wanted to do, right? And if there are 8 billion people in the world, that's a lot of people up in heaven, That's a lot of people who are going to be up there for him to take care of. That's a lot of love.
But
I have
just
3 kids with one on the way.
See, that's another thing I can't. That's another thing I can't really assign to. What is he gonna take care of over there in heaven? Like, everything is great. There is nothing to be taken care of. It's all just great.
Well, what if it doesn't take care of itself?
No, but,
Yeah.
but hold on. What does taking care of mean in that realm?
Well, like you just said, we can't understand God, so how are we possibly
Oh, I
supposed
know.
to understand
We're just
heaven
So
and
let's
God?
go back.
spending time.
Let's go back into simulation theory. Here's what he created, and there's layers to it, right? Just like a video game.
Mm-hmm.
What if it doesn't take care of itself?
But what does that
What
mean?
if he created
take
the
care of
perfect-
itself.
Okay, look at a video game. You ever played like Skyrim?
Yeah.
Okay. So in Skyrim, you got this whole map. You can go wherever you want. There's people, and they're all doing their own thing. All these NPCs, right?
Yeah.
There's people mining. There's people fishing. There's people doing what they need to do.
Yes.
So if God created this, He's going to need those people in heaven. You know, if you're a fisherman, someone's going to have to catch the fish, right? It's just now you're in a different layer. Down here, we have to prove ourselves, and when we get up there, now we're part of the video game itself, right? So like, I think you move up a level. So now you're part of the game. Before you were just getting into the game, right? You were seeing if you could even live, right? If you're not a level 50, you're going to get killed by the dragon, right? So to speak. So you got to be at least a level 50. Otherwise you don't get to make it to heaven, right? So I think heaven's perfect in the sense of we don't have the earthly problems that we have now. Like our bodies probably won't decay because there's probably not going to be, red dye 40 and all of the fruit snacks and stuff up in heaven, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I think that there's going to be something once that veil is lifted. We're just in a better version of the game. Everything's going to be gold plated. I don't know.
Okay.
But someone's still going to have to put that plate of gold up on the wall. Someone's still going to have to repair that light when that light switch stops working.
Okay, let me
right?
say this then.
I think that it's...
You guys, I don't know, maybe assigned to that. Listen, we're here to see if we can overcome evil and then join God or whatever, right? Like something like that, right? This is like, there's something important about this experience. This is a test so that we can get to God and whatever. I claim there is nothing that really matters in God's realm because God is fully complete. There is no incompleteness about God.
So you think it's okay for you to do whatever you want here and it doesn't matter?
If my soul was wicked, then yes.
I look at it like this, on that, if you get to heaven, right, he doesn't need us, but he wants us. So that's a lot of care.
But wanting is also saying you're lacking.
See, like we need to eat. I don't think God and the angels need to eat.
No,
right?
it's all an illusion.
So like, it's layers, right? I don't remember ever eating when I played video games, right? Because you didn't need to. You just ran all the way across the map and you were good to go, right? So I look at it like, if he created everything, and what's the end goal? The end goal is for it to be perfect, right? And who's it perfect for? It's already perfect for God, right? It's already he didn't need anything added. Everything he added was complications, right?
Okay.
We could choose him, or we could choose to not have him. We could choose to love him. We could choose to kill our neighbor, right? So when all of that's erased from the game and you click delete on that code and it's all wiped free, now you're going to have unlocked everything else, and that creation was for us all along. It's not for him.
I guess I'm saying this. What if we're all like with God? We're all with God in that realm, and we just decided to jump into this video game for nothing other than just the experience. That's it. There is no, at the end of the day, there is no battle between evil and good. That's just inside of the game. In our realm over here, it's all good. But inside the video game, it looks like a battle between evil and good. And that's just for the sake of the experience and nothing else. Like, why are we not satisfied with that? That is just for the experience and nothing else. There's nothing else.
What if we all were already in heaven?
Yeah.
And we decided to come in here and play a video game.
That's what I'm saying.
Just like we do now.
That's what I'm saying. And that's
right?
it.
There had a long day of work.
Yeah.
Let me put this headset on and be Von Conspirator and live my life and have kids and a family and see how I do it this time.
Yeah, me and Templar talked about this. I said, why do we devalue experience? Like, we always want something a bigger meaning with life? Why isn't experiencing something good enough as a meaning? Meaning. Even here in our reality, we do shit to experience stuff. We want to drive a car or a motorcycle to experience the wind in the hair and da. Why can't it be the same up there in that level, soul level? They just want to experience shit and that's it. There is no big threat to God. There is no God needs to win, otherwise God is in trouble. Like there is no bigger meaning than just experiencing. And that's it. That's all it is. A bunch of experiences for all time.
We get it.
I mean, at the end of the day,
Oh,
that's what it could be, right? It could be that, where this is a simulation because we're already up in heaven and we're coming down here just to end our day with
but
playing a video game.
The problem
then when we
I
go to
have
sleep-
with that is if you fuck kids in the video game, people are gonna know you fucked kids in the video game.
Yeah.
So you need to fucking act accordingly and still act right no matter what it is, because the way you're saying it is you could do whatever you want. I could go murder 35 people. It's just a video game, bro.
Yes.
What does it matter?
Can
That's
I
insane.
Can I
to
reply
act
to that?
way.
After one, go.
So what if all the people who didn't make it up into heaven are playing the same video game?
How? What do you mean?
Who's supplying the controllers, bro?
So the person that's fucking the little kids, as you say, they're down in hell. I want to go fuck some kids in this video game because it sucks.
Or listen,
That's possible in hell, yes.
listen.
I mean,
However bad those things you just said is, Ted, I'm trying to think like in the realm of souls, what if there's like, hey guys, I'm gonna go and play this crazy game and I'm gonna play this guy that does all those things you said. Just, I know
Okay.
it sounds wicked, but just for the
So
experience.
let me ask you this. If in real life you play a simulated game, right, with your friends, and
Mhm.
you cheat in that game, does it not have real world consequences? Are your friends,
friends will
not
be
like,
mad.
fuck you, you're a fucking cheater, we're
Yeah.
not friends anymore?
But
So
okay.
even if it's a game, you should act right because there's real world consequences up there.
Okay.
Because what you're saying means that it doesn't matter what you do, you can do whatever you
Yeah.
want, and that's fine. And I don't agree with that.
Okay, let me
I
say,
think-
huh? Let me
I
answer
think
to that.
there's rules and guidelines to this that you must follow.
Let me answer to that.
and that's why I think it's a
Huh?
proving ground. Myself,
Yeah, I do too.
That's why I think it's a
what
proving
I
ground.
But
think.
what are you proving? Where are you like?
So
You're
I-
proving that when you're dropped in a situation, the choices that you will make to see if you're a good soul or a bad soul.
Yeah, but who said that's not just the character you've chosen? Like, for example, let's
Who
say I'm.
said it is?
Hold on.
What if you're wrong?
So-
and you
I
think,
could be
oh,
wrong,
we
but I'm
can
just saying.
fucking-
I'm just trying to
then
describe.
what?
Let me describe this. If I'm a soul and I choose to play the dark side now. I choose to play this fucking John Podesta guy.
Then you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, but that
Then you
doesn't
should go to
matter.
hell and burn.
Hold on. I chose as a soul to have the John Podesta wicked experience. Huh? And to that motherfucker.
Why would you do that
But that-
as
see,
a,
that's-
a decent person? So what you're telling me is that if you were allowed to play a video game where you could do horrible things, you would do it and it would be cool with you.
I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying, how do I know the souls just want to experience that? Meaning, they just want to play that weird game. They want to play that weird
You
character.
shouldn't want to if you're a
But
good
then it's
soul. If you're a
1/6
soul in heaven, then you shouldn't want
But
to do
remember,
things
it's
like
all
that.
dualistic. You have to be able to choose the bad side too. You can't just.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
uh,
Hold on. You only say this because you're on the good side. But if you were on the bad side, you wouldn't think those things was bad because for you,
yeah, and you're a piece of shit because of that.
But you wanted to be a piece of shit, and that has to be allowed in
And
a
so you
dualistic
think
realm.
it's okay for a good person
It
to
has-
want to be a
Ted,
piece of shit?
Ted, it has nothing to do with what I think is okay or not. I'm just explaining.
But it
if it is a
does-
dualistic reality, you
It
have
does.
So-
It does in the big scheme of things. So you're saying that it's okay for a good person in heaven to come down here and play the video game and become a serial killer in the video
to be. Okay.
game
So
and think that that's fine for
Let
them
me-
to end lives. in
Okay, I
this.
want to respond to that after one. Go, one.
Okay, so I have a friend, and he said something the other day, and I said, the first thought in my head was that's complete bullshit. That was the first thing I thought. But what he said was, I think a lot of people are going to be shocked when they get up to heaven, and all of the people that they thought were evil and wouldn't make it are there, waiting for them.
Well, good,
right?
everybody.
And I thought about it, and I was like, well, why would that happen? But tying it to this conversation, what if we are all going to heaven, and it's just to see how well you did when you're proving yourself, right? There's really no hell. Hell is just a lie that Satan told us so that
To scare you.
he could hopefully have more people, tending the garbage trucks with him. You know what I mean, or something. Like he fucked up when he had a chance, and he wants more people, on his side of things. And thinking about it, it would make sense if God created everybody and we're all eventually going to end up in the same place, for there to be layers to it, just like there are here. Some people are worth millions of dollars. Some people go make a OnlyFans account and make 6 figures a week, So it's one of those things where that could possibly happen up there.
Yeah, I mean, hell.
We don't know.
Hell and all that could just be an illusion, fear thing for us to be scared of when we're in the virtual reality. But let me add respond to the previous thing. It's like, I don't know if you guys played, Resident Evil. Anybody play Resident Evil?
I haven't played a video game since
I haven't played
15 years old.
Okay, so it's basically you're facing zombies and monsters and
Yeah, I know what it is.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you play the good side, you're playing as the woman or whatever fighting the evil.
Yeah.
But sometimes they can create Resident Evil Dark Side. Now you can play the boss, like on the other side of the game. Like you are now, that's your angle now. You are the fucking monster that gonna rip the heart out and kill whoever you see, right? People might buy that game in PlayStation 4 and I want to play as the monster now. And now you're doing what seems to be horrific things, taking the heart out of a kid and eating it, That's what you do as the monster side. But it's all a game. Within the game, it's serious. But
tying it back into real life, if you had a friend who only ever wanted to play the game as the monster, would you not go, that's a little weird, dude. Why do you only ever want to play the bad side?
Yeah, I would stay away from that guy.
Okay.
Huh?
So there you go.
But
so therefore,
and then
no matter what you say, the character you play in the game has real life or real heaven reactions and or consequences.
Okay,
because
let me
you just
edit.
admitted it yourself.
Let me edit it. Let's say we're all three of us. We're playing PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
And let's say Vaughn is into the dark sides of the games. He's like, have you tried this game? You can rip their head off in this way, and you can do this.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would be like, hey, Vaughn, I don't want to see you anymore because you like to play the horror games.
You're not answering my question.
No, I'm re-editing what I just said.
If they only ever wanted to play the horrible side, wouldn't you think that was weird?
I would say probably you're getting repetitive now playing these horror games, and
then you're not very observant. It's like the kid who rips the heads off of dolls. If they're always ripping the heads off of dolls, something's wrong with them.
Yeah, but
he's got no inner monologue now.
All I'm trying to say, as in the realm of the souls, I don't think anything matters over there.
So, what do you think the repercussions of that thought process are?
What do you mean?
So he also
if
said
everyone acted that way, what do you think that means? If everyone assumed this was a simulation and their actions did not matter at all, what do you think the repercussions of that would be?
But remember, in the soul realm, you can't.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
I know, but in the soul realm, nothing can hurt you. So if
that's fine. So what do you think the repercussions in this realm, where we're all at right now, would be if everyone thought what you just said? That there are zero repercussions for anything you do.
Yeah, that could be chaotic.
Yeah, it would be real bad, right?
It could be. I mean, listen, even though I'm saying all of these things, while I'm in this virtual reality, I take it seriously because I don't have any choice. I take this shit seriously as if this is my only life kind of a thing still, in a way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't jump out of a cliff, even though I think this is a simulation. I still wouldn't jump out of a cliff.
You won't just bounce, bro?
Yeah, I mean, I won't test that shit out.
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying.
Anyways,
in the realm of the souls, I think nothing really
I
matters.
almost just called him Snoop Vaughn. Vaughn Conspirator. It's the Vaughn.
Yeah, it's the Vaughn.
Conspirator. So what were you saying right before that? You were getting ready to say something, then I cut you off. Sorry.
Oh man,
If you
I honestly don't remember. It was getting deep into the simulation over here. I think that if you look at it like that, where we're all already up there playing a video game, I think your friends group is going to change quite a bit if you choose to be the dark side when you come down here, right? So you're probably not going to have the same friends when you get back. You know, oh man, did you see what that guy did? He raped like 7,000 little kids and drank their blood, right?
Like what the fuck?
I mean, it might be like, hey, Vaughn and Ted, you did not know that I was Rothschild. I was doing all those sick shit, and you didn't know it was me.
You'll get a knock on your door.
No, there is no door.
You get a knock on your door, and God's like,
no,
I saw what you did in that
man.
simulation, man. Like,
Okay, what about
you were
this?
raping all the kids.
What if we are all God, and we're just deciding to play whatever our minds want us to play?
Yeah, I don't buy into that one.
Yeah,
I
I
know
don't
a
buy
lot
that
of people
either.
do, but I don't buy into that one because we're so. I mean, I guess God's all powerful. He could be multiple personalities, but I don't think that's the case. I really don't. That doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't have
It's
a
a
good
satanic
feeling.
belief. So a lot of people, when they think of like the satanic church or worshiping Satan, like you're like worshiping this like evil, like horned beast or something.
Yeah.
But like what demonic and satanic really mean in like a humanistic perspective is like if you're really satanic, you're going to be worshiping yourself. You're going to want what you want. You're going to want to do what you want to do, right? Like demonic really is like
negative ego.
You're not thinking about
Yeah.
You're not thinking about other people. They don't matter to you. I'm the greatest.
Yeah.
Right. So like that greatest of all time, that's what that really comes down to. So like there's a lot of people who are satanic in the sense that they idolize themselves, but they're not necessarily worshiping some entity that's satanic. It's a self thing. So from that perspective, we all kind of are gods because where you put your will and what you put yourself into, it really creates what you have on the outside of you. But like what's inside of you is where that actually would play out. So that's why like with this simulation, I do think it's a proving ground. And if you choose to do certain things, right, you're not going to have the same capabilities. Like think about it like working at a building that's 100 stories tall and there's lots of locked doors. Well, you have an access key card. Right? There's certain levels you just can't access. Oh, you can't go over here. Oh, you can't go over there.
But what if that's
right?
all
so
part
like,
of a game? Just a bunch of levels that you have to get to. Just like a video game.
Yeah, and let's say it is a game and you play the game and you do all of this evil shit, you're not going to have that key card. Right?
Yeah,
when
then
you
you're not supposed to have the key
you're,
card. Yeah.
Sorry, you only manage the lobby.
Yeah,
Like,
but see,
you can't leave the
Vaughn,
lobby up
You're
here.
a bellboy.
if your free will
Yeah.
wants to be evil, it has to be allowed to. Do you know
So
what I mean?
what I don't believe is that we would be put here without that prior knowledge. So like if it was something like that where like we were all in heaven and God said, "Hey, I'm going to give you guys all tasks in heaven," right? And some of you are going to be like angels, some of you are going to be demons, but you got to prove yourself here. I don't think that memory would be essentially wiped clean because then you would be born as a baby with no recollection of this and you'd be living your life and you wouldn't know that it'd be like putting someone in a box and not letting them know that they're a box.
But hold on,
right?
what if?
So that's why well I was gonna say that's why I think that it's more along the lines that like our soul was created without the knowledge of where it was created, right? And it's trapped here until this part decays to the point where it's no longer trapped here. And then it's going to be somewhere else. And depending on how it does with a body, it depends on where it's going to be once it is no longer in that prison.
You said soul created. I personally, I don't think I believe that the soul was ever created, because if the soul was created, then that would mean there would need to be a beginning, like a beginning marker at some point in God's realm. And I don't think God has a beginning or an end to time. So when you say soul was created, then that must mean that for us there is a beginning marker for when our souls got created. And I don't think So you think there was a time where you didn't even have a soul, yourself,
Well,
and then you got
I would
one?
say most likely the logical way to deduce this would be it wasn't unlocked, right? We could have all been souls that were there, but we weren't sentient. We didn't have the ability to understand what was going on. Kind of like Legos. You have a whole bunch of Legos, and I dump them on the floor, and it's just a pile of Legos, but I can make a castle out of it, like this huge, magnificent castle with a drawbridge and a moat, and right, like that's the sentience is that aspect of it. So I would agree that that's possible. Like you said earlier, none of us know like what God wants or thinks, right? And I don't think we ever will. We're not him. I think he's outside of that. So I think that we could have existed forever, or there could have been a day where like he's like, I'm going to create all of this stuff, and boom, all those souls were created. They were put in a little jar on a shelf, and then one day they became sentient here, and they didn't know that they existed up there. Yeah. And then when we get back up there, you played the game, you got to the end, you finished it, and you get back up there. Now you have that sentience, that recollection of what happened, and you understand now. Boom, this has always been here. And yeah, you were a baby that was aborted, so you're you're a king, or you're a person who aborted babies and like drank their blood. You're now like the person in the muck, like in Monty Python, like stacking the mud in the sack. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. And it's like that's where you end up based on what happened here.
Yeah.
I guess at the end of the day, we can never ever really know. We can just speculate.
Well, we're just here for the ride either way.
Yeah. So
I think that's why it's so beautiful, and there's so much evidence that proves that something created everything.
Oh yeah.
Right? Because
absolutely,
we don't have that ability to know or understand or even perceive. Like we can't think about how great heaven will be. Like there's people who say heaven will be great because my back no longer hurts.
Hey, listen.
And there's other people who are like, man, heaven's going to be great because I've been living on the streets for 30 years. I haven't had a new pair of shoes in 15, right? And like, just heaven's going to be great because I'm going to have a warm cot and some soup and some shoes. Okay? So there's levels to like even what we can perceive.
Listen, we all agree that there is a creator, all three of us, but and we might be frustrated with people who can't see that there is a creator, right? We're like, how the fuck can you not understand that there is a creator, right? But I want to say this. Those people have to exist because it's a dualistic realm. Even us, we went from sometimes thinking, is there a creator? Until when we got to the point, there is a creator. So there has to be a state where you can be in, like where you don't believe in a creator, in order to then become in the state of believing there is a creator. So those people who don't believe in a creator, they are necessary. They have to exist. No matter how irritating it is for us who knows that there is a creator.
I agree.
They do have to exist, and they might never, ever believe in a creator either. And you shouldn't get mad at that because that's a necessity of this realm. Yin and yang. It has to both, you know what I'm saying. It has to exist.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that completely. Right. And I think that's even more evidence that there was a creator, right? Because he gave us the ability to have the option to pick which side we want to go.
Yeah.
And the only people who really frustrate me are the people who like you can show them the truth and they just don't believe it.
They have to exist too.
Like that's the right. That's the frustrating part. It's like, hey, did you know that red dye 40? The NIH says that 30% of kids that consume red dye 40 and have ADHD wouldn't have it if all they did was take red dye 40 out of their diet. And those same people will say, I'm not going to believe that.
Yeah.
But you trust your government? No, I don't trust the government. Oh, but you trust them on this vaccine or, like all these different things. It's a whole system that's created to entrap people in their belief in what they're going to do and make you want what's, supposed to be bad for us and call that good, right? Call good evil and evil good.
And can I say one final thing? I guess all I'm trying to say is for us all, we have to give less power to the things that annoys us. Like we just have to understand that those things they have to exist. Even evil, no matter how much we hate the Rothschilds and the WEF and all that shit. and we do hate it, at least I do, they still have to be in the game. It's just what it is. So what I mean is, don't give them all your power. Like, what I mean by that is, you getting pissed at them, you giving them energy, and you're reducing energy from yourself. Like, try to reduce the irritation you have against everything. You know, that's all. Try to.
Well, like you said, it doesn't matter if you're up in
Distance
heaven. If
Yeah.
you choose to come down here and play the bad guy, it doesn't matter here where we're living what
Yeah.
other people choose to do, because it doesn't have any effect on my life
Yeah.
as a person, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
And this,
at the point where that stuff does have an effect on me in my life, that's where you have to be angry about it. You have to draw
Yeah.
the line in the sand.
I
right?
agree. You have to be angry at the right time. Don't overextend yourself. Be angry at the correct time where it's needed. You know, all right, it's time to head on battle with this. And then you focus all your anger to that. But don't let it deplete you in the meantime. Like, for example, the haters. Understand that they're there. Agent Smith. Okay, Ted.
They're all there. They're all everywhere. Fucking
Yeah.
Agent Smiths all around.
Yes.
That's all they want to do is fucking derail everything else we're doing. But like you
And
said,
once you-
they have
once
to
you
prove
wake
their part
up,
too.
Once you wake up, you see them everywhere.
You
know,
do.
and it's crazy. Like, it's crazy how much, like, of the movies you actually start seeing in real life.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
they're telling you everything that's actually going on, and people just don't want. They think it's entertainment. You know,
Yeah.
like spelling. Spells. You're casting spells with what you say. You know, scientific in Latin meant to know that it is false, right? And if you look that up now, I've got screenshots from Google, right? They've changed it now that it knows to know that
Yeah.
it is. Well, they took the word false out of there, right? Like, they're changing the dictionary, they're changing the definitions,
And
because they're losing control of the matrix.
And since
right?
you're mentioning spelling, the haters, have you seen that they want you to believe their claim? Like, you're a narcissist, you're a talentless garbage. They want you to take their spell on. You know, like, okay, maybe I am a narcissist. Maybe I am talentless. Maybe I should give up. Maybe I am loser. Like, their whole point is to, like you said, with the spelling, make you believe their thing that they're casting on you. The haters.
Yeah.
Right.
Wizards.
It's what they do.
So
Projection.
don't let them. Yes.
They project what they are on you and want you to believe it.
Just laugh it off and wash it off.
Once you become a flat earther, though, I feel like you step outside of that, and it no longer matters, because it's like, man, you don't even know the shape of what you're walking on.
Exactly. You don't even know the ground, bro.
But they're like,
What the fuck?
explain this triangulation. Explain it. The triangulation. That's all they put to you. Triangulation.
That's why I always ask them, all right, you believe the Earth's a globe. Well, how big is it? How far away is the sun? You know, how far away is the moon? Because if you can't answer that, then you really don't have any clue of what you actually are believing in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You believe something, and you have no knowledge about it.
None
Like,
whatsoever.
that's what blows my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know anything about what they believe at all. Not one bit. They know, well, I was showed it was round, so it's round in school.
I saw a meme in my textbook in high school.
Yeah.
Like that's
It
the
showed
funniest
a big
reality
ball and
to
some
me.
rocks smaller that are all
Is
round.
we all were taught with memes. Like, you remember, you flipped through your geography book or geology book, and it had a picture of the Earth, and there was a cut taken out of it, right? And it showed
Yeah.
you the mantle and the magma, and it's like, the magma is this hot, and the mantle
All the
is this hot.
bullshit. Yeah.
Right? It's like we were taught on memes in school, and then now memes are like the popular thing, and that's ironically how we can wake people up is with memes, because they'll be like, wow, that's so, I can't believe that's true, right?
Yeah.
It's just
Absolutely. What?
full
I have to look
circle.
that up. Yep. Comes all back around. So is there anything else you want to share with people before we wrap up that you think people need to know? What's the big thing?
Well, the biggest one would always be Christ is king, right? I mean, there's a creator. There has to be, whether you think
Yep.
it's a simulation or not. You know,
There's still a
the Earth is
Christ
flat.
program.
Christ program.
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
The
whether you
Christ
wanna believe it
edition
or
of the
not.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the most important thing, I think that we really could live for 1,000 years if we ate healthy. and we like kept things out of our body. So I think the biggest like deception in the world right now is that we're poisoning ourselves, and people willingly accept it and want it. Like the food we eat, the stuff they spray on the plants, the genetic modification. Like I truly believe that's what Lucifer or Satan did, was he polluted the DNA. God created something perfect, and he said, I'm going to create my own version of corn, right? I'm going to create these watermelons that don't have seeds in them because people don't want to spit the seed out.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the biggest thing in the world today is you're willingly and just putting these poisons in, on, and around your body on a daily basis. And people just need to wake up to that.
Absolutely, man. That's what's like you said, the biggest thing is that, because that would open up so much more to, if people weren't poisoning themselves, they'd be healthier. They'd have more energy. They'd do all these things that would be able to make them learn better. And all that's like a linchpin to everything. So that's a great fucking point, man.
What if?
Go ahead, Vince.
What if they create a bunch of vessels, cloned people, just to bump up the numbers and say the majority wants processed foods, and that's what we're gonna give the majority. Democracy. Everything's gonna be processed to the gill because the majority wants it, and it's just a bunch of fucking NPC clone vessels that they've created to populate the population. And we're like stuck. We're like, fuck. We're the minority. We want regular food. But you know what I mean? Like, what I'm trying to say is, what if they put in people, and then
back to what we were saying before.
Yeah, since they are bots, they decide what society is gonna have in order with food.
I don't think really anybody decides. They just do shit, and people are like, "Oh, okay, I guess that's how it is now," and that's it. They just go along with it.
Yeah, you submit. No.
I've recently been like toiling around a conspiracy theory where those NPCs that are required for this system to keep working, they need those chemicals to stay an NPC. And if they were able to get those chemicals out of their system, they no longer would be an NPC, and then the whole computer program would just crash, right? So like all of this stuff that they're putting in Doritos and all that, because like you can literally show somebody like, hey, this has this chemical in it. It does this to your body. This has this chemical in it, and that other chemical puts this in your brain, which gives you, dementia. And they'll be like, oh, well, I love my Doritos, so I'm going to keep eating my Cool Ranch Doritos.
Crunch.
And they don't care. And it's because they're an NPC. You're not going to change that programming, right? And as long as they are feeding their program what it needs to stay a program, it's going to keep feeding itself. And I think that is a whole conspiracy theory.
You might be.
I think there'd be a lot less NPCs.
You might be onto something. Maybe that's why we eventually reject all that poisonous stuff. We're like, this is not good for us. But for them, it's fuel for the NPCs. They're like, give me more McDonald's. Blah, 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 blah. It's a good point.
Yeah, and then if I go eat McDonald's, I'll be on the toilet. I'll be sick for a week.
It's not good for you.
Right? Just from eating like one chicken nugget. But then they're like eating it every day, all year long. And they're like,
because to them it's fuel. To them it's fuel. To us it's poison.
NPC fuel.
NPC fuel. Right. That's an interesting.
That's a meme. McDonald's.
That's
NPC
a good thing, Vaughn.
Depending on which part of the dualistic side you fall on, it's either food or poison. You fall over here and it's going to kill you. You fall over here. You stay in the middle, it's going to kill you.
Hey, what is the symbol for the justice thing? What
scales.
Is it? The scales.
Dualistic, just like the yin and yang.
Yes. The scales.
Fucking dualistic.
Yeah.
All right, dude. This was a fucking amazing conversation.
Yeah.
Even though we started an hour late because of fucking technical problems, it ended up working out great. So
restream.
I guess it's fucking restream. Anyway, Vince will fix it. Don't worry.
I'll do what
and he'll add in the little outro here somehow because we can't do it in here. All that.
Yeah.
But anyway, dude, so yes, thank you so much for coming on. And I'd like to have you back sometime. Now that we know how to do it, we can have you back and talk about more shit because this was a great conversation.
Yeah. I think you have to be through restream. Yeah.
I think next time we'll try to figure out how to get it to work on the phone, because then I can actually do it correctly, and we won't have to do all of the other stuff. But
yeah,
it still hasn't downloaded.
Yeah.
So
Wow, that's what Elon
as soon
didn't
as
put
we
the
get off
fucking
here,
satellites over you, bro.
well, I guess, yeah, the balloon blew. They didn't realize there would be wind today or
Do
something.
you
I
get
don't
better
know.
connection if you go outside? No.
Well, on the computer, if it's plugged in, so I couldn't. But
But if you
no,
On the phone.
I think that the program knows when certain things are going to happen. So like the Wi-Fi is watching everything in my house. My phone has cameras on the front and the back. Right, they can see here, and I guarantee as soon as we get off here, that is gonna download in 30
It'll
seconds.
be fine. Yeah, it'll be like,
you know what I mean? And it's just like, hey, let's try to make this as difficult as we can. Or
Could be.
like, cause it'll be the same thing. Like you'll be trying to get like the maps to work, and it's like, all right, I'm not gonna go there, and then all of a sudden everything starts working perfectly.
Dude, it could be like Truman Show. It could be like Truman Show. Listen, it could be like the Truman Show for all of us. We could all have an individual Truman Show, like somebody's fucking with our lives. Like, I'm gonna cut his internet over here. I'm gonna censor him over there. Yeah, I'm gonna censor him over there.
Especially if there's not really 8 billion of us.
Who
be much
knows?
easier to control.
Yeah.
Everything is possible.
I don't even know that you're real, bro.
Exactly. I don't even know if I'm real either. So
Yeah,
we're two at that duelist.
fair enough. All right,
Fade it out.
it was a great time. It's a good song, man. What's going on, everybody? In case you don't already know, I am Ted, and this is my sidekick, Vince. What's going on, dude?
What do you mean, Vince? My name is Abu.
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 Not tonight. Tonight, you go by Wins.
Wins.
Didn't I tell you that? Don't make me pull out the stick again.
All right. But I enjoy the stick.
Yeah, I'm sure
It's nice.
you do.
It's nice, that stick.
Yeah, before Vince takes us down gay old lane, don't forget to go to phoneboothpodcast.substack.com. Vince, why don't you pull it up for a second?
Yeah.
Got 4 podcasts there. There's tons of shit, tons of bonus stuff behind the wall, tons of stuff on this side of the wall. There's plenty of stuff there for everybody. You got Phone Booth Podcast, Dualistic Podcast, Here's the Thing Podcast, and coming very soon, Jonah's Philosopher King Podcast. Plus, we all have our own pages. Plus, there's going to be more stuff up there soon, yet to be announced. So just stay tuned, and there's always stuff going on there. Just go follow us. Everything we do is there. It's the easiest place.
Yes.
Boom.
It's a very good place to find everything about phone booth that you're interested in, and most of it is free. But if you want more, there is a $5 paywall for that. So
Yeah.
So we're here only dualistic now. What's going on,
Yeah.
man? What's happening?
Snoop's dying apparently, and Jonah just got back from out of town, and I wasn't even 100% sure he was going to be here tonight, but then he confirmed that he wasn't. So it's all good though. I'm gonna see if Vaughn is gonna stop by, if it will even let me message him, since his account was in trouble today after 5 minutes after I released. Yeah, 5 minutes after I released this episode, and said and tagged him. He was driving his kid to school, and then when he got there, he checked it, and it said that his account was on hold to make sure it was actually him. 5 minutes later.
Did he post something?
No, he didn't post at all in that time. Not in that time. I don't know what he did before that. We'll ask him if he jumps in. But he said he wasn't even using it like that whole morning. He wasn't posting or anything. And then all of a sudden it happened. So who knows? Maybe they just hate people who are on our show. I don't know. Whatever.
Maybe, or it's a bug.
It could be.
I mean, who
It
knows?
could be.
Who the fuck knows? You know, the AI is bugging out and shit. Hey, by the way,
Bugging. Nothing. Go ahead.
I forgot to show you this clip of Trump where he talked about Bolton.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Right here. They're asking him about Bolton.
What she did was bad, so I'll fire her if she doesn't resign.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on the FBI raid of John Bolton's home?
No, I don't know about it. I saw it on television this morning. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. He's a real sort of a lowlife. When I hired him, he served a good purpose because, as you know, he was one of the people that forced Bush to do the ridiculous bombings in the Middle East. Bolton, he wants to always kill people. And
remember when we talked about that? The guy gets hard on war.
Yeah, exactly.
He's basically
just
saying
killing people.
Yeah,
let's kill him.
At what he does, but he worked out great for me because every time he doesn't talk, he's like a very quiet person, except on television. If he could say something bad about Trump, he'll always do that. But he really doesn't talk. He's quiet. And I'd walk into a room with him with a foreign country, and the foreign country would give me everything because they said, I don't know, they're going to get blown up because John Bolton's there. He's not a smart guy, but he could be a very unpatriotic guy. I mean, we're going to find out. I know nothing about it. I just saw it this morning. They did a raid.
Hold on. When he says he could be an unpatriotic guy, what do you think he implies with that? What do you think he's saying?
A treasonous bastard.
Very interesting.
I mean, because that's the whole thing, that he's leaked classified stuff. That's treason. I mean,
yeah, that it has come out that is what he apparently did. He shared some shit from the confidential or whatever the fuck it's called.
The day they hang the first traitor on the White House steps,
You're totally like, trust the plan.
I'm totally jumping to your side, Vince. Yeah, I don't care if I'm late to the party. I'll still show up.
Well, not everybody is accepted. You know, it depends on how late you are. You know, we won't take everybody in. You know. A bunch of you motherfuckers been flapping your mouth in bad ways, and we do not like that.
All right, so we got to fix this thing. Hold on, real quick. The banner at the bottom is over the comment at the bottom, so we might as well either take the comment away or
fix it.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, carry on.
What's up, Mindy?
Yeah,
what's up,
You didn't miss anything. We just started. I mean, you missed the episode if you didn't see it yet. But
Morphic Vibes, thank you for reposting. Everybody that reposts when they're here, they're beautiful. And everybody that doesn't, they're ugly as motherfuckers.
Some say the most beautiful.
Yeah. See, Laz is beautiful. Laz is also beautiful, and so is Morph. And you other guys, you better hurry up, man. Hurry up. Anyways, that was
or you won't be beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. You will only be beautiful for a few moments, and then you will be ugly like motherfucker. But let's go through a few stuff.
The comments, or
what is the comments? Oh,
I don't know, from the episode.
Oh, Peter Starlight was also beautiful. He was way back 2 hours ago. Now he's ugly again.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you gotta.
What up? What up, one conspirator?
Where is
he? Right here, bro.
What?
That was earlier though, when the episode was playing.
Listen, we might have, I don't know, your internet is.
I told him, and I sent him a message asking him if he was going to be stopping by, and he hasn't responded yet. So if he does,
but if he does, he might still have a problem joining because the internet that he got was super sucky. But we still have a little solution for that. Maybe we got a little possibly we got a link that has a little bit less bit rate attached to it, and that might help. But if that doesn't work, it doesn't work. If he dies, he dies. If he dies, he dies. Sheepdog.
Can't help that.
Is this Sheepdog or is this a Sheepdog legend?
That's Sheepdog. It's the same one. Same
Sheepdog?
one. He is the legend.
Sheepdog legend. And Snoop Dogg. What are you saying? He's dying. Is he dying?
Yeah, Yeah, he's dying. He'll tell you guys why. Not really dying, but he's not feeling well. He's got a tummy ache. He's not doing good.
Hey, would ya blow me?
Phone booth for life. What up, Haywood? What's going on, man? Even if I don't know if you're still here, but back then, what's up?
Yeah, and Mindy says, I know 3, all of them, or they turn their kids to trannies. God knows what that was about.
Probably the people.
Yeah, some
Yeah,
people.
right.
Yes. KevCon, a little over 2 hours away until Starship flight test
I know.
10.
It's the same dude from Saturday's stream, one of them.
Oh, was it? A Globie?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
They're so
for
cute.
sure.
You know, the Globies remind me of when I was a kid and I believed in the stars and all that shit. It's cute.
I know. And then they like bring it up like when it's not even being talked about.
Yeah.
But they act like, dude, I was at the store the other day. Yeah, but show me. Show me how your model works.
Yeah. The most powerful machine ever built produces 16 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Remember, you said when we watched the other day the fucking rocket coming back to the ocean, and you're like,
yeah,
if it's doing that amount of thrust or whatever, why isn't the ocean separating like Moses?
Yeah,
or some shit
like
that.
Exactly. Not only that, the NASA ones that used to take off that had almost as much thrust, they have chain link fences like 10 feet away from them. Chain link fence gets knocked down in a tornado, but not when a rocket's taking off that has enough lift to lift that much weight, right?
Well,
just do the math in your head.
It's different thrust. This thrust doesn't affect the environment.
Oh, magic NASA thrust.
Okay. Yeah, because the scientists, they have come up with a new way of thrusting where it only affects the rocket.
Oh.
Some would maybe call that CGI. I don't know. 400 feet tall, weighs 11 million pounds, fully fueled. Oh, I think I got something on that. Did you see? Apparently, Elon, maybe that's what he's talking about. There was a rocket that completely got blasted in the sky.
Oh, was that today?
I think so.
Oh, God, I hope so. Oh, my God. If that's the one he's talking about, this is going to be... I'm going to be able to taste the victory in the air.
It could be this. I don't know. Recent launch of...
No, because if it was in this stream and he said 2 hours ago, it hasn't happened yet, or it's getting ready to happen.
Well, it says SpaceX Falcon 9 OTV-8 explosive.
Oh, yeah, that's a different one, I think, that blew up. I don't think it's the one that he's talking about. So we'll get to see that one blow up in a little while.
Stage action start.
So we just heard that call out for stage separation, and with...
That's nice.
It's beautiful.
Right? Who wouldn't want to sign up for a trip?
That thing is so beautiful that you know damn well it would reshare the stream. Because you're only beautiful if you reshare the stream.
Yeah, that's right. But Ted, when you see this as an astronaut, don't you think like, oh, I can't wait? Right?
Let me get right on that.
I can't wait to get on this fucking thing, you know?
Oh, geez.
They'll fix it. They told me I go up there October 7th. Oh, what a weird date.
There goes the stream.
Fuck.
There it goes.
October 9th. They told me it's fine. Elon's gonna fix it till October 9th, so I can't wait, you know?
Well, they're gonna do another test launch today, bro, apparently. Can't wait.
Why don't they just send the Optimus? Why do they need to send humans? You know, they got the robots.
They're not up to date yet, bro. They're not nimble enough.
Yeah, but become nimble enough and then put the Optimus inside of the rocket and put HD 360 cameras on so we can see the whole process happening, you know?
They'd still be cuts in it. But yeah, if they did, that'd be cool. But that's never going to happen, ever. Never, ever, ever.
How disappointing, then.
I know. It's almost like they can't. Almost.
Templar!
What up, Templar?
Yeah, we're we're 2 men short, but we're gonna make it long.
That's what she said.
Well, what if it becomes wide?
It usually does. But so no, that was a really good episode of On Conspirator. I hope that he does come back again and that we don't have technical problems. I hope he shows up today. I don't know. I'm waiting in the DMs.
Yeah, I didn't
to
know
see.
that Juan and Laz and the gang that they were,
Yeah, that's Laz is one of the people who said that I should have him on, and that's kind of when I started talking to Laz also, and that's how it goes. They're a bunch of criminals, if you ask me, but I love it.
We like that. We like that. Okay. In the meantime, let's go through some random shit. Well,
I love it because I have no clue what you're gonna pull up. Let's do it.
me
Let's talk
either.
about it.
So let's go. President Trump signs an executive order to restore respect, pride, and sanctity to the American flag and prosecute those who desecrate the symbol of our freedom, identity, and strength. And then this Dr. Simone says, unpopular opinion. This is outright unconstitutional bullshit. You either have a First Amendment or you don't.
Can I say? Oh, go ahead. I
Yeah,
didn't know
say.
you were gonna play it. I thought you were
No,
just
say.
reading a post. I somewhat agree, even though that's some lefty shit to say. In a way, I agree because I think burning a flag is stupid. I think it's disrespectful to any country. I'm saying if you believe this country is what you think it is and all that. But I still kind of support anyone's right to do whatever they want if it's not hurting someone else. And burning a flag because they want to make some statement isn't actually hurting anybody, really. I think it's disgusting and stupid, but I don't think you should take away someone's right to do it, really.
I agree halfly. Like, for example, let's say,
Dualistic.
yeah, halfly agree. Let's say America is doing, like, the American government is doing something fucked up that the people do not really like.
Yeah.
And then the people want to protest against that by burning the flag, saying, we don't like what the fuck is going on. Therefore, we're doing a symbolic thing here by burning the flag.
Yeah.
For that reason, I can understand. But if it's just a regular burning, then I don't know if I.
But I mean, I don't think anyone's just burning it just to burn it. I'm sure they think they have some great grievance against the government in order to do it. That's what I mean. Just because I don't agree with why they're angry enough to burn the flag, like you said, there is times when it would be acceptable. Just because I think their reason to think it's acceptable is absolutely batshit insane. If you stop someone from doing that, that's a very slippery slope from stopping them from doing something else. And like Templar said in the comments, Vietnam vets burned the flag quite a bit, which goes along with what you said, because they were protesting what the government was doing. But I just don't think, like, unless it's hurting someone else, I don't think you can tell somebody what they can and can't do. You shouldn't be able to in an actual free country.
I know, but then you think about this, like, allowing shit like that as well opens up for traitorism, fucking snakes in your tribe.
Then you need to be a shining light on the hill and make people not want to trade against your country.
Okay, let's do an example here. We're the phone booth crew, and we have the phone booth community, or whatever the fuck you would call it.
Mm-hmm.
Would we allow some piece of shit to just shit on us in our place?
I wouldn't tell them they couldn't do it. I would tell them, okay, if that's the way you feel, then I'm not going to be funding you or helping you anymore. So, but I wouldn't stop them from saying it.
Okay, let's say in our Discord, some piece of shit hater comes in and all he does is shit on us in there. Will we be
I never said my Discord was a free country, bro.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to make an example. Like, we wouldn't want that. It's like, all right, get the fuck out of here. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. Right? Get the fuck out.
Oh, I think it's fine to say that and to think that way. That's your right.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can tell people if you burn a flag or whatever he said. Gonna fucking.
Well, I mean, it's can't you compare it a little bit to, like, even freedom has its limits, which is retarded.
Yeah, and the limits are when you hurt someone else. That's not hurting anybody else. Now, if you wrap the flag around somebody and then light it on fire, yes, I have a real fucking problem with that. But if you're just going to burn a flag and it's not hurting anyone else, that's where the line is in my mind. That's why the freedom of speech, but you can't yell fire in a crowded theater because people will get hurt. They'll stampede over each other and hurt them. So people are being affected by it. Burning a flag, people's feelings might be hurt, but other than that, no one's actually being hurt. Again, I think it's fucking stupid for these people in this case. But
Yeah.
like the Vietnam vets, any veteran that served should have the right to be able to do that if that's how they feel about the government. Anybody who's ever paid taxes, essentially, in this country should have the right to do it. Now, if you're not from here and you do it, guess what? Not only do you not get in trouble, but you get a free one-way ticket out of here. Because if you're going to burn our flag and if you're not contributing, you can't bitch. That's it. So if you're going to do
that's a
that,
good
then
point.
bye-bye.
Yeah, if you're not contributing, get fuck out of here. I like that.
I mean,
Contribute or
that's
get
why
the fuck
all
out.
all this shit's so stupid, and it's always shown exactly when these people are out there protesting for immigrants. And I don't have anything against any other race. Clearly, look who my co-host is. I don't even know what the fuck he is, and I don't care. It doesn't matter. As long as you're a cool person, I'm cool with it. But when these people are like, let all the immigrants in, and then there's those people going around pretending like, oh, well, they need a place to stay. Can they stay at your house? And they're all like, no. Like, that's bullshit. And you don't want them here either. You just want to sound like the cool person and want them here.
You're so right about that. But hold on. Before we go to Templar's comment there, let's see what Trump is saying.
Would you listen to this? This is very important. Flag burning. All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American
I love how he speaks. It's so funny. I don't know why. All over the country, they're burning flags.
We have to watch that video I sent you in the Discord or in the WhatsApp today. You probably didn't even watch it. I don't care if you love or hate Trump. That dude nailed that video, dude.
Okay.
It's fucking great. Anyway, go ahead.
And as you know, through a very sad court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision, they called it freedom of speech. But there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy. If you have hundreds of people, they go crazy. You can do other things. You can burn this piece of paper. But when you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy. In a way, both ways. There are some that are going crazy for doing it. There are others that are angry about them doing it.
Hold on. Is that valid, what he's saying here? Like, you mean?
I will give him 1 point that it is a valid argument. Like, say we were trying to decide how free our country could be. That's a great fucking point because it may do that. But also, what I start to think of is, okay, you can't do that because that makes people crazy, or that starts this, or you can't do that because, it's against our country. And then I go to all the same people who would probably say that a lot of times will defend the people on January 6th that went against the rules. I don't think they should be in the trouble they were in, but when it's your side doing it, people tend to think it's okay. When it's the other side doing it, you can always find a problem with it. So just for you to say, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, just for you to say that you think it's okay sometimes means that it has to be okay all the time, as long as it's not hurting anybody. But I get the point that when they do that, it riles people up. But that's not the only thing that does that. So then, say chanting something particular in public riles people up. You're not allowed to chant that anymore. You're not allowed to say those words. So that's why it's a valid point, but it still doesn't sway me, at least, to think that people should be in trouble for it.
Okay.
Do you want to discuss that?
Sure. So what the executive order does, sir, it charges your Department of Justice with investigating instances of flag burning, and then where there's evidence of criminal activity, where prosecution wouldn't fall afoul of the First Amendment, and instructs the Department of Justice to prosecute those who are engaged in these instances of flag burning.
And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, You get and
Hold
what
on,
it
is there
does
no
is-
trial? Like, why did you burn the flag? Well, I did not believe 81 million votes. I thought it was stolen. That's why I burned it.
That's my point. This could fucking backfire, man. That's why I say it's a slippery
But there
slope.
should be a
because-
trial. I think.
I mean,
a
it's
quick one.
America. There has to be some kind of trial.
So there has
Due
to be
process.
something.
It's how it works here. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I burned the flag because I don't believe Joe Biden
other
won.
than like, shit like a speeding ticket or shit like that.
Yeah, I don't believe Joe Biden won 81 million votes. Therefore, so can you free me now? Everybody knows that was bullshit. Can you free me now?
No, bro. You were against other people burning the flag. Now you got to sit in jail.
No, I got a great reason for why I burned it.
I mean, they had a great reason.
What was that?
Who's to say what's great? What's a great reason? What
the
you think is a
judge.
great reason?
The judge.
Okay, so what about these liberal judges that are overturning everything Trump does?
Yeah, we don't
Is that
allow
okay?
we don't allow liberal judges.
Okay, so do you see the problem here? Do you see how this goes?
Listen,
That's why it's a problem.
Life is complicated, and it will never be not complicated. It will always be complicated.
Oh, I agree with that, and I say fuck them all. Kick
Fuck
them all out.
life.
Anybody who doesn't agree with me should just leave. In an ideal world, yeah, but that's not how it works. So.
Problems are always gonna be there. Yeah.
Incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did they? Incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record. And you will see flag burning stopping immediately, just like when I signed the Statute and Monument Act. 10 years in jail if you hurt any of our beautiful monuments. Everybody left town. They were gone. Never had a problem after that. It's pretty.
See, I have to say this though. I do agree with, like, if there is no consequences, shit won't change. There has to also be consequences, even though we talked about how slippery slopery it could be.
I know, it's the whole broken windows thing. It's how Giuliani fixed New York, and it does work. But again, it has to be something that's affecting people, like drug dealers, because that kills people, or people with guns, because that hurts people. Again, I'm going back to burning. And yes, you can find extreme circumstances. This person burned a flag at this rally. It in turn got the crowd riled up. That in turn got this person who was already crazy riled up, and they ended up getting in their car and mowing down people and blah, blah, blah. So yes, I get that, but I still don't think you can tell people they can't burn flags.
Dude, when these Optimus robots are out there, and this law is in effect, you know, he will just arrest you on the spot when you try to burn the flag. Like, come here,
RoboCop, bro.
yeah, you're in violation of the flag law. Section 2, 3, 4, 5. 8.
Dude, that's what's so crazy is everybody thinks it was. I mean, it was a comedy, and when I was a kid, I thought it was a great movie. But Demolition Man shows so much of how today is. You have these like extreme people that don't want to get their hands dirty, and they're practically gay, and like they've never even thrown a punch, they don't have real sex, they don't do any of this stuff. And then you have the other side, the people living underground, that, you know, they're not the cleanest people, but they're living real life totally different because they don't want to be a part of that world. Like,
that's us,
dude. Yeah, that's the people off the grid who I want to fucking be away from everything.
Eating rat burgers.
I just want some internet connection at the top of my mountain so I can walk up a couple times a week and do a podcast and walk back down and not connect with the whole world after that.
Would you eat rat burgers if you had to?
Yes.
Me too, I think.
I mean, anybody who says they wouldn't has never been on the border of starvation, period.
Right?
Just watch some survivalist talk about the shit they've done out there when they thought or the people who ate other people in the Donner Party, if you believe that was true. Like, they were going to die and they ate their friends that already died. So when you're starving, you'll eat anything.
And then comes my follow-up question. If you do indeed eat a rat burger, how long do you have before you die?
I wouldn't think. I think you have plenty of time. There's people who eat rat all the time. Yeah,
and it's cool.
If you cook anything enough, you're gonna be okay because you're gonna kill any of the bacteria in it. So you should be good.
Gonna dry cook that shit like so it's like a fucking what do you call it? Like a tree. Anyways. Bark. Yes, I'm gonna. I'm gonna cook it so it's so dry and hard that it's not not a rat anymore.
Yeah.
It's charcoal. What do you call it? Charcoal, whatever.
Charcoal. You're close.
Charcoal.
It's cool, man. I know what you meant.
Yeah,
Well,
it turns into charcoal. And I don't know where I would get bread from in the sewers. By the way,
you have to learn how to bake it, bro.
bake in the sewers. How nasty! Right? Hey, give me some of that. Give me some of that flour over there. It's shit stained. Give it to me. Yes. Them saying that you can't burn the flag is like the government saying that you cannot speak out against them if they're gonna limit your freedom of expression on something as simple as a flag. Imagine what happens next. Yeah.
I can give you a perfect example. So, don't you think that while COVID was going on, didn't you wish that you could just shut Fauci up and stop him from lying on TV all the time, right?
Yes.
So if you got your wish and you did that, that would mean that it was okay to shut people down because someone didn't agree with them. Just like it's okay or not okay to burn a flag if the establishment disagrees with it. So it goes both ways. So yes, even though I can't even call myself a conservative. I don't even fucking know. Just my ideals align more with the right than the left. That's all I know. But I don't know, man. I just find it hard.
Why? Briefly, why does it align more with the right than left? Like,
because it's more about personal freedom, and even in the story, in the lie, it's more about giving power to the states, which is a closer government, which you have more impact on local government. So things that work for your area may not work for some other area. So that's the way you get the best thing for you where you live, and that's why it used to work. Just like I believe that the reason people used to be better people is because you lived in small towns where you had accountability, because everybody knew your family.
Yeah.
Everybody knew everybody. So if you were at some party or walked to some bar and were acting like an idiot and slapped some woman or something, like the whole town knew before you woke up from your drunken stupor in the morning. Now, I don't know who the fuck these people are. Like, you're out and you see someone act like an asshole, you don't know who they are. They know you don't know who they are, so they don't give a shit about acting any kind of way in front of you because there's zero accountability.
It reminds me of the people behind the keyboards without a profile or anything. That makes them feel that they can do more than what they would have if their name and face would be attached to it.
Yeah.
You know? It reminds me of that. Interesting.
And I have no problem with someone having social media and not showing their face or whatever. But if you're going to be the type of person who's combative and talk shit, then you need to show your face and have some balls and not only hide behind at least your voice at a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, even that you can just hide behind an AI filter if you like. Like,
yeah,
just give me a voice. I don't want to read this fucking text shit. But so Mahmoud, are they doing this so they can then say burning the I flag? You see, he knows.
There's the slippery slope. I know. I love Mahmoud.
Code words. The I flag not allowed either. Yes. Well, hold on. Then the American people could say, okay, I understand that you can't burn the American one, but this shit is not American. We only have one flag, right? The American flag, right?
Yeah,
the
I mean,
I
you would
flag
think
is
so,
not
but
our flag.
Then again, a few years ago, they were flying BLM flags at government buildings, so you know, there's always that.
What happened to BLM? Huh? Died off.
They got all the money they needed to get and dipped like a good con artist. That's what they do.
Oh yeah. Some of the organizers bought like a $10 million mansion, and I remember Candace Owens doing something on that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. I mean, who would have thought that something like that would rip people off and that it wasn't genuine?
Who would have thought that? Yes.
Anybody who plays on your fears and tries to get you angry about something you weren't previously angry about has an agenda. Except me. I'll never lie to you.
Nobody is rioting over flags. We all know this is only happening because of the small hat people and their flag. Well, we gotta see if it's gonna go there, right? Probably, it might probably go there.
Oh, we're gonna yeah. It could probably go there,
It
you
could
know.
probably go there, but that would be fun.
I would say because you're like, oh, just because it's fine for America doesn't mean that another country's flag should matter. But they would definitely pull out the greatest ally shit. And you would think that Americans would have some kind of problem with that, but also America doesn't have a problem with half of Congress having dual citizenship with the I country. So you would think people would have problems with things they don't apparently seem to have problems with.
Yeah, that is a thing. The dual citizenship thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it's
is
a
a
real
thing.
thing.
It's a real
fucking
thing.
Weird.
It's
weird,
dualistic.
right?
It's
It is.
dualistic. The dual
Yeah.
citizenship. Jablo me. Did we read it? Yes. Jablo. Yeah, keyboard warriors. Florida now has license plates
Oh,
available. Stand with the I.
I'm in Florida and I haven't seen them yet. And when I do, I'm gonna have to go get my car cleaned because I'm gonna throw up on my steering wheel. It's gonna be
I'm
bad.
so tired of the whole stand with this, stand with that. I stand with this and I stand with that.
I know. And none of them ever stand with America.
I never
And
see them
again,
stand with them.
I don't necessarily agree that division of countries is a good thing because I feel like that's a lot of the reason we're in the position we're in is because old civilizations used to live in harmony, I believe. Like, yeah, there was messed up people, but people kept them in check to where those people never got in power because they weren't politically correct. Like, people saw a fucking psycho and called it out. They said, yeah, that
Very
dude's not
important.
leading us. He's
Very
fucking
important.
crazy. That's not going to happen. So people lived in harmony. So after the reset, they said, how do we stop that from happening? They're like, first, let's divide everybody by regions. Then we'll divide them by colors. Then we'll divide them by religions. Then we'll divide them by male and female. Then we'll divide them by young and old. Then we'll divide them by Democrat, Republican. And now, how are you ever going to come together with the person who's through all those divisions now they've made all the way on the other side of the world? The odds of you guys coming together is slim to none, man. And that's exactly how they want it. But I also don't think I want a bunch of people dumping over our border because that's the shape the world's in. So I'm realistic about where we're at. I just don't think this is where we're supposed to be.
Yeah. I like what you said though, like calling out a psycho or something back in the day. That shit needs to come back. The direct language, the true language, actually. Not this.
It does, because some people don't
sterile.
see it. Some people don't see it till you point it out. And if you're not allowed to say it, no one ever points it out. And those people who don't have the eyes to see it never see it. Look at fucking Jim Jones, dude. The Kool-Aid. All of them drank fucking cyanide and killed themselves because they thought this dude was going to take them to God. Like, if someone and anybody in their lives would have said, look, this dude's fucking crazy. Do you see what he's doing? We can't let this dude accumulate all these people. Never would have happened, but idiots let him go into power, period, because no one ever checked him and second-guessed him. I mean, I could be wrong. That's my opinion. You might think killing a bunch of people with Kool-Aid is cool. I don't.
I mean, if it's the deep state.
I don't mean you. I'm saying the you as in I'm talking to the viewer, bro.
Okay. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to know who we're talking to.
I know.
You know?
That's true.
But I saw a little bit of this, and I think it's very funny. I think this is the clip you're talking about. Ali sent this.
Oh, did she? Is it the same one? I love Ali because we got the same brain if it is. Oh, it's so good. Like, okay, hold on. Like, even if you love Trump, this is my point. If you can't laugh at this, you got problems because this dude nails it. Every expression, every lip motion to time it with his voice. He not only nails what Trump's saying, but he nails exactly if a gay dude was saying these things. He nails the faces he'd be making, and it's good, man. We're just gonna watch it in its entirety.
I'll kiss every guy.
So this is Trump was born to be a gay man.
I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is. I'll kiss him. Not with a lot of enjoyment, but that's okay. But Arnold Palmer was all man. And I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. This is a guy that was all man.
This is the gayest ever.
This man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable. I had to say it.
He nails it,
He
man.
is so spot on. Like,
that must
Isn't
have
it? He goes-
taken some time.
oh yeah, but yeah, it's a few clips in like 30 seconds here, like you can retake it, but still.
Oh
very
yeah,
good.
I know, but still, he nails it.
President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? What? Look at the muscles of this guy. Excuse me. Could you stand up? Look at that guy. You in the beautiful white shirt. Would you? Look at this guy. Holy mackerel! I'm looking at him. I always wanted to look like that. I just didn't want to do the work.
Those faces.
You look good. Don't let anyone stop you. You look good. Put on Pavarotti singing Ave Maria. Nice and loud. Turn it up louder. We want a little action here. Turn it up louder.
He's so gay.
Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think so. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me, and maybe he was already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it. Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me.
Did you ever play an instrument?
I played like for very short periods of time.
Flute.
The flute. Would you believe that?
Did you like it?
I had flute lessons. That's the first person that's ever asked me that crazy question. Yeah, I had flute. Can you believe it? I could have been a flutist. We had a lot of choices, putting it on that hill, putting it different places. It's such a beautiful pole, we thought we'd put it near. I mean, it always looks best when it's near a Doral. I put it right near. I have a similar pole. And these are the best poles anywhere in the country, or in the world, actually. They're tapered. They have the nice top. I don't know if you people are aesthetic. They're the fake news. I don't know if they're. But it's a very exciting project to me. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. I'm not happy with Iran either. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
He's a massive
I love
guy.
that he said that time. I love it.
Powerful
Yeah,
guy.
that actually was great.
Right?
I mean, at least it seems real,
Who the fuck does that?
This guy is
Trump.
The greatest showman on earth. That's who.
That is true. Dude.
Exactly. No matter which side you're on, that's true.
Hold on. I just want to say this. You said the greatest showman on earth, and I can kind of agree on that. What if Trump had the looks of Michael Jackson and the voice of Freddie Mercury? Oh my God. And then he was on the stage. Oh, I think I would. Yeah.
I don't think I ever want to talk to you again.
Think about how
Especially
crazy
if
that would be.
Did you just say the looks of Michael Jackson?
Yeah, he looked pretty good at some points, didn't he?
I don't even know you, bro.
Oh no, Michael Jackson. What is it in the black or white? That era. It looked pretty good.
I don't know. I'm not gay. I'll just have to take your word for it.
You don't have to be gay. You just take a look at something.
So you're going on record to say that you do not have to be gay to say that you find Michael Jackson attractive.
Not attractive. Good.
Now your
looking.
story changes.
Yeah, because attractive means I'm now drawn to him. Like, oh, come here, That's a different thing.
Is it though?
Looking,
Because
yes.
before we move on from the homosexuality, let's go back
Yeah, to the
to your
homosexuality.
original statement where
which
you
one?
said if he looked like Michael Jackson and sang like Freddie Mercury, I think you even bit your bottom lip and went, I think I would.
No, but you know what I mean.
That's not attraction.
It's not attraction. It's, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, a lot of people, they for a lead singer, they want him or her to look good. So they can have that with the Michael Jackson looks, and then give him Freddie Mercury vocals, and then Freddie Mercury talents too, and then put Trump up there. Oof, he will be the biggest artist the world will ever see. That's all I'm trying to say. But let's go back to this gay shit.
So your wife's comfortable being a beard?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
He's a massive guy. This big, powerful guy. This guy he is a monster. A giant of a man.
One really large person.
I've seen a lot of people over the years. Big people.
You know, I have a friend, big guy, one of the biggest in the world.
This big, strong friend of mine who weighed like 250 then, which 250 then is big. That's like 310 now, right?
And graduating cadet Nick Reedy became the first person from any service academy to win the college home run derby. Wow, that's a big deal. With a record-breaking 55 home runs. Nick, where are you, Nick? Stand up. Get up here, Nick. You know, they gave him such a lousy seat all the way back in the corner. Come on up. Baseball, home run derby. That's something. In all of college baseball. Wow. I want to feel this guy's muscles. It's real. That's real. That's great.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Would you say? Would you say what turns a man gay like that is more his mannerisms? And, like if I talk to you like this.
What turns him? Why are you trying to not show it?
No, I'm just
You
trying
wanna
to
know
see
what
like
gives it away?
I don't think Trump in himself sounds gay, but he made Trump sound really gay and look. You know what I mean?
I mean,
And what is just
you got
what's
the
it just
power
this?
of the whole show with it, and it was selective. But I mean, Trump says some gay shit clearly because.
Yeah, but the whole mannerism thing added a lot.
Yeah, the whole show. That's what I meant. Oh my God, stop doing that.
You know, all
please.
those things, you know.
You're making me question not only your geography but your sexuality, bro.
Hey, I am non-binary.
Oh, that's a shame. What are you pulling up? I see you looking for something.
I was just seeing Snoop saying wow. What did you say wow to?
How gay you are, I'm pretty sure.
And you son of a bitch. I hope you're. No, I'm not going to say that. I was
No,
about to
don't
say,
say
I
that.
hope you're.
Yeah, I get it.
You're
Don't
not
say that.
dying enough to be on the fucking text, eh?
Hey, you stayed home from school. You can't go outside and play with your friends, all right?
Oh, man. I remember those times when you skipped class. You felt like a criminal. I felt like a criminal in school. You know, I was like, dun, 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 dun. I was skipping class, but I was still hanging around in the school to wait for the other friends to finish the class and then come down and, have real life, like that shit is not real life. That's, you're sitting in a classroom getting programmed. So I was so while I was waiting for them to finish class, it was like, dun, 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 because the principal, whatever, couldn't, or the other teachers couldn't see me, because if they did, they would give me like, oh, Vince was here. He just decided not to go to class.
Your class.
Yes,
I
so
see.
give him an F or whatever you got Americans do. Vince, we should talk about Trump's EO, executive order, because I have plenty to say. Yeah, let's do that. Laz, did you repost it again?
He did. I don't know how, but he did.
Did he double repost?
He hit undo repost and then repost it again.
That's funny, man. I like it. I like it. Oh, by the way, people are saying Trump's hand is looking weird.
Uh-oh. Is he going to die?
That's what they're saying. Hold on,
Bruised.
It's bruised.
That could be from an IV in his hand. That could be from that same shit he has with his legs that they've already confirmed. Yeah, that doesn't look like a natural bruise though.
Yeah,
It's
I did
CGI,
hear,
bro. Or he's glitching. His fucking shape shifting is happening.
I did hear though that he had some.
Yeah,
Didn't
with
he
his
have?
legs.
Yeah,
It's
some
something
what?
about how your blood, your heart's not strong enough to pump your blood up out of your
Yeah.
legs. So, because your valves are supposed to close and not let that happen, but they leak a little bit, so blood pools around his legs. But I guess that would be the same at the tips of your hands too, and all that. But I don't know.
Yeah, because here is some guy that claims he's a doctor, and he's like a lefty son of a bitch or something. He's saying that he got like 6 to 8 months, and then he's gonna die.
Heart failure is getting worse. I'm a home
Yeah,
health
because I
physical
trust
therapist with a
lefties
doctorate in
about
my
medical
Yeah,
stuff.
wishful thinking, motherfucker.
field. I see congestive heart failure patients on a daily basis. The
Good
reason I
for
know
you.
that he has congestive
You
heart
probably saw COVID too.
failure is because of the swelling in his feet and ankles. And the reason I know it's getting worse is because he's sitting behind the desk on camera now. He lashed out against MSNBC for giving him hash about his ankles. This is how we know that something is true, because it gets to Trump. Remember recently where he was talking about going to heaven for some fucking reason? He says, people said I'm not doing very well. I don't think he's talking about the media. I think he's talking about the doctors who are treating him. The only reason his health has been maintained at all is because he has the privilege of.
I could never live with these people in the same country. I mean, I'm serious. Like, this is like living amongst traitor, snake ball, fucking haters, you know?
What about the people you live amongst, though? Don't you hate them?
I don't hate them, but I don't like them. You know?
They're dumb, though, right? I mean, the average.
I mean, if you're a lefty.
Politically.
Yeah. If you're lefty, you're pretty dumb.
Getting IV diuretics, spironolactone, Lasix, Bumex, something like that. That's why his hands have been bruised and covered with makeup. Badly, I might add. We know that it's getting worse because he knows he cannot hide the degree of swelling. That's why he's sitting behind the desk. Oh, he also has chronic kidney disease, which is also contributing to the swelling in the feet and ankles. I can't tell you how many times I have seen a patient in their home because they were hospitalized for AKI, or acute kidney injury. And the kidney injury was caused by nephrotoxic medications, namely diuretics, spironolactone, Bumex, Lasix. The president is definitely getting sicker, and we know he's not going to change his diet because he's such a fucking idiot. I think he's going to be around for 6 to 8 months tops. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Bookmark this. Also, where were these medical geniuses when Biden was in there with dementia, barely able to talk and move, and they were totally cool with that? But
yeah,
now,
they were like, he's so healthy. Look at he.
That's why it's all
he
a show.
runs.
Whoever's in, there's this opposing thing against them, and it's just this fucking. It's sickening.
I loved during Biden. They're like, this is a president. The lefties, they used to post, look at how he walks with his wife. That's our president. It's like, is that all it takes?
Really,
to walk
she's
with
just
you?
leading him around.
Yeah, just to walk with your wife, holding hands, pretending to be in love, and all that bullshit. Lefties
That's all you need.
They're such retards, man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't you know?
This is completely random.
That's what I love. I don't want to hear Trump all night. I want random.
American at the grocery store shows that every single thing she picks up now says contains bioengineered ingredients.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
All right.
I'm here at Aldi, and almost everything they have contains bioengineered food ingredients.
Contains bioengineered.
All of it.
That must be with the free will thing, or they have to tell you, like, listen, there is some rat shit in this. Do you still want to eat it? I mean, it still tastes good, but it's rat shit. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. And you do. It's your fault.
Right?
It's on you then.
Listen, how many people... Hold on. What is she? The tortilla, right? The tortilla.
Tortilla.
Yeah. Say you're gonna make tacos, and then you go to this store right here, and you touch, you look at this bread, and you're like, all right, this looks good. contains bioengineered. Anyways, you put it in your cart,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
How
If
many
you
people
don't know, and most people don't know,
Yeah, they're like bioengineered. Okay, it's good.
that must mean it's healthy.
Yeah, it's somebody.
Bio.
Yeah,
Bio,
somebody
bro.
a
Yep.
biological person engineered it. So I'll
Well,
take that.
they don't know about biology, bro, clearly, because they don't know what a man or a woman is. So,
Right?
I mean, can't really bring up biology now.
I mean, it sounds good, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Yes.
Let it run. I'll be right back.
Bioengineering. Even this fucking cookie. Pancakes. Dried pancakes.
Contains a bioengineered food ingredient.
See, now I need to know now. I need to now know, what does bioengineering food mean?
Anybody who doesn't know by now that all that stuff's in your food, you got to start paying more attention, man. And I'm not saying, trust me, I'm not trying to sit up here and judge you and act like I'm perfect and act like everything I eat is perfectly pure and blah, blah, blah. But I can tell you this, everything that I bring into my house, almost everything I bring into my house is. So even when it comes to sugar, I use unbleached raw cane sugar stuff. Like I don't use any of the I mean, I know it's mildly processed again. There's no way to be perfect unless you live in a place where you have access to it. Whenever I can, I go out to my cousins and buy as much as I can from the Mennonite market where they raise the animals. They grow everything right there. They don't use any pesticides. They're Amish, basically. But you can only do what you can do. That's all I'm saying. Is just there are options out there. Sometimes they're a little more expensive. Sometimes they're cheaper. You just got to look and know where to find them.
And I don't think we're ever meant to be perfect either. It's just we're flawed, and that's what it is. I asked AI what bioengineering food means. Bioengineered food is food that contains genetic material modified through lab techniques that wouldn't occur through conventional breeding or in nature, also known as genetically modified organism (GMOs). These foods results from direct genetic manipulation to introduce a new or desirable traits like pest resistance or improved nutritional value. Under a new USDA standard, many bioengineered foods and ingredients must be labeled with specific logos on the packages used.
In other words, it's not real. And I know that sounds cliche and it sounds stupid, like, oh, it's not real food. Of course it's real food. I eat it, I get nutrients, and I shit it out. But, like, it's not natural, real food. Your body's not using 90% of it because that's all the genetically modified stuff because your body's not made to process that stuff. That's how it works. It's not good for you. Stop it. As much as you can. Stop.
Before we move on to the next clip, how, like, in the market store in the store, how many of the products in percentage style, Socrates style, would you say is more or less bioengineered?
Depending on your store, probably 75%.
75%. That's a lot.
Yeah, even in the produce section, a lot of it is because they're growing the stuff to, like, oh, we crossbreed this or do this in the lab and do this, and now this bug that's in this area doesn't affect it. Yeah, well, what's that doing to what it does to us? They don't seem to care. They pretend they don't know, but they do know. So it's garbage.
I'm just thinking, how will it be 10 years from now when the robots are doing all the food and shit, like, how much will they care about making things organic?
They won't.
They won't.
They won't.
And we
they already don't.
They don't. They won't, and they don't.
They're just gonna kill us all off.
This is a 14-second clip. I haven't seen it, but apparently he goes off at a reporter or something.
This very, I think, terrible, hello, Who's that? Who is that back there? All right, get out of the room. It went up because of something much different. It went up.
What?
Back there. Who is that back there? All right, get out of the room. It went up because
It feels like a like a hater entered the Oval Office. It's like, what the fuck you doing? And fuck off, man. I don't want you here.
So he just kicked out a reporter. I couldn't tell if it was like someone's phone or like someone talking over him talking or what, but it sounded like a little.
Well, Charlie Kirk says President Trump just demanded respect when someone interrupted his press conference.
That's what it was. So they were talking over him.
And it's amazing. This man, used. I don't even know if it's true. This could be some random.
Is this?
Dude.
I think I saw that. Let me see.
This could be some random.
I can't
dude.
read it.
Well, it says this man, Michael Smith.
I mean, that sounds like a made up name. Go ahead.
He used AI to create a fake music band and used bots to inflate streaming numbers. He earned more than $10 million in royalties.
I don't know if that's true, but
that's hilarious.
I know a dude. So he used to play drums for Bill's old band. And he never worked. And we were always like, how's this dude never working? Blah, blah, blah. So this was, I don't know, 10 years ago. So before they realized the issue, he created, because Spotify would pay you by plays. So every play. So he created 1 second tracks, or I think there was a minimum of like 3 seconds. So he just created 3 second tracks and had a bot that just started it over every time. And he'd have like 5 of them running all day. He showed me $100,000 check from Spotify. And shortly after that, they shut it down and it didn't work anymore because it had to be a full song. And it was like original plays for so long after that. They couldn't be right after. So it was just, so, I mean, it's possible. It's possible.
It ties in a little bit to the episode we just watched, I think, when we talked about how they can manipulate things with bots.
Yeah,
you might think you have
everything.
Yeah, you might think you have 10,000 viewers. You only have like 110. But
Speak for yourself, bro.
Yeah, and then they're all bots, But man, this is the world we're living in.
It's a crazy world, and who the hell knows where it's going to go? Don't pretend like you do. Not you. I'm saying everybody, because I don't care how awake you were. Well, I mean, there were some people warning of it, but the majority of people 20 years ago, you wouldn't even know that cell phones were the way they are now. So much less what the next 20 years is going to be.
Yeah,
so we're looking at these robots now, laughing at them, how they walk. This is first generation. I mean, I know it's not really first generation of their robots, but it's the first generation of humans of this happening. After this, it's going to exponentially grow, and it all matters who's at the helm, whether it's good or bad.
Yeah, dude, just look at how AI has been so fast, growing so fast these few years.
Since I've been doing this podcast, I went from laughing at it, saying how horrible it was at creating video and pictures because you could always immediately tell because it got the fingers wrong and it couldn't spell words and all these like basic ass things. It doesn't make those mistakes anymore. Right? And those are little things, but it doesn't make those mistakes. Every once in a while, it'll still spell something wrong because it's stupid. But like, this is what they're showing us. Now, it's like, I'm trying to think of a good way. Okay, actually, I have a great way. So I forget the mountain name, but there's that giant underground base that the government has that they store heirloom seeds, they store films from Cheyenne Mountain. Yes, Cheyenne that's Mountain. It. So you can take tours there, and they've let reporters in, and they show you a little piece of reality. You know what I mean? Just a little taste of the whole thing, but you don't have any clue the full scope of it. Even though you're funding it, you're interacting with it, you're using it, you don't know the full scope. That's what's happening with us with AI right now. Yes, they're throwing us some bones and they're letting us use it and they're letting us make fun videos and fun pictures with it.
Yeah.
But that's not the extent of what it can do.
No.
They want you to think that's the extent of what it can do. It's literally just like the person who acts dumb in order to have other people drop their guard because they're actually very intelligent and they're listening for how these people treat someone who they think is dumb because they talk different around them and they let shit out. That's what's going on here. They're giving us a little bone and going, look at what it can do. And they're seeing what we're going to do with it to help feed it and help it grow even faster. Even though it's well beyond where we think, it still needs human input because it needs to know what we're thinking to constantly recalibrate its plan or its fucking, I don't know what, but it constantly needs human interaction for some reason. And obviously learning, but whatever it is, that's what it's at.
That's absolutely seems to be the case. That they need something from us. Otherwise, why even do this whole fucking charade? This whole
that's
play.
what I was saying earlier, asking you. I don't know if it was on this episode or another one. I can't. It fucking all goes together. But just why would they even let us have this if it's really a simulation and if that's really where it's leading? Even if it's not a simulation, even if it's just that's where it's leading, why would they even let us know this technology exists? And the only answer to that is, well, two-part. They need our interaction with it. Yes. And it's way beyond, like I just said, what we know. And they need our interaction for something we're not even considering yet, most likely. Even if it's just stealing our loosh because it's literally fallen angels in it.
Because we got something they don't, and they got something we don't. Also dualistic. It's all dualistic, man. That's why I always say it's all dualistic. Hold on. Hey, Vince, if you're in Colorado, you should watch out for ice. Why? Why don't you think I'm a full-fledged organic American? I don't understand why you think I don't have citizenship and all that shit. Why, man? What made you think
I mean,
so?
probably because if you were in Colorado and you were walking down the street looking and sounding like you did and ice drove by, they probably would scoop you up.
No, but you know what I do? I do like Michael Jackson. When I go out, I put on a costume and shit. So I don't look the way I look. I gotta be.
You're already wearing that fake nose.
Yeah. How the fuck can you see? Trump is coming to your state. Well, we happily welcome him
to your state.
Yeah, that would be an honor, actually.
To Colorado.
Yes, to Colorado. Of all places, come to Colorado, man. This is all theater. They're doing this to create these narratives.
Yep. Either way, it's all theater. Yes, absolutely.
How about Bill Gates' new butter? Well, I haven't tried it yet, but I'll look into it. So this is Comedy Gold. Ottawa. Ottawa's sounds.
Oh, Ottawa. Yeah. Okay. I was like, what?
Ottawa.
Never heard of Ottawa.
Ottawa's annual Pride Parade got canceled today, not by weather, not by logistics, but by pro-Palestine protesters.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, how they're gonna deal with this?
I know, this is a rough one. This is a rough one, man. I don't know. I gotta see this.
So here's the reason the parade is canceled. This canceled the entire parade.
Hold on, I don't know who is who. Okay, now I know.
Now I know.
No, I don't know. I thought these guys were the. Who are the Palestine protesters?
I think those in the background, maybe, because all the ones walking by have pride flags on and stuff.
No, but because I think I read on the fucking banner, it says trans is beautiful, so it can't be that.
Oh God! All right, let it run. Where are they? Yeah, I can't read that.
This is like a mix of lefties.
I know.
Lefties versus lefties. Interesting.
That's great.
That's beautiful. I like that.
Do we get to see it?
No, hold on. Have you never heard like the saying, lefties they eat themselves up? Is that what we're witnessing now? They're starting to eat each other up.
The snake's eating its own tail.
I'm here for it. I'm here. In fact, I think that would be really entertaining to watch.
This is amazing right here. It's like Karen on Karen and freaking.
And what will happen when Karen on Karen go head to head?
I mean, you can't occupy the same space. The whole world will blow up. I think
That
that's what happened.
is what creates a black hole, I think, when Karen meets Karen.
Yeah, that's what it is. We need to get Neil deGrasse Tyson on the horn. Let him know we figured it out.
You better stay away from that, but take a telescope just to
And witness it.
Yeah.
So you can watch space-time bend.
Yes. Time and space and all that bending. Yes.
Great. There they are.
Oh, look at that.
Happy people here. As you can see, Palestinian protesters have completely shut down.
And you know what's funny? This takes away from all the gay shit. They can't piss in each other's mouth in peace and stuff like that, like they do on the parade stuff. Because these guys are talking about murdering in this, it interrupts their dingling with the cocks and
Yeah. It's like your mom barging in on you jerking off. It totally ruins the mood.
Yeah, it totally does. Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Not that that's ever happened to me.
No, not at all.
Protesters have completely shut down the Capitol Pride Parade. The parade was stalled out behind me here on Wellington Street for over an hour. I thought this might have been the trouble. The street and the whole rest of the parade is stuck way back there. Street closed. Wellington closed. They have taken over. Palestinians have shut down the Pride Parade.
This is literally your freedom to be a retard is interrupting my freedom to be a retard. That's what's happening here.
And now they will call each other phobes. Like they will call the Palestinian.
Yeah, you're a Palestinophobe.
And they will say you're a transphobe.
Oh no, they'll call him not anti. They'll call him. What are they gonna call him? Yeah,
because
Palestinophobe's not very good. That's all I'm saying.
No,
we can do better.
The trans or whatever, when they're rejecting the Palestinian protesters, they're gonna be Palestinophobes, like you said, because they don't allow the Palestinians to protest during their fucking sexual parade.
Yeah, I think even that whole Palestinian thing is like, I find it very odd that the left happens to be championing something that normal people should agree with when nothing else they push is anything a normal person would agree with. It's super weird that they're like, oh, we're going to allow it to be pushed, but we're going to have the worst people ever push it so people think it's fake. Again, they got to tell you, so they're letting all these lefties scream the truth about the genocide and all that, but look at the messenger. So people are like, these idiot lefties, I'm not listening to them about Palestine. Come on. It's too convenient, bro.
Maybe it is 7D chess, where whoever is making it so that the lefties will now actually champion something important and real.
You're not going to listen to them. Nobody's going to listen to them.
Hold on, though. Now that they are championing something that is valid, and then you insert them next to the other lefties, just like this parade. That creates a big problem now between all of the NPCs here.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see this.
I
hope to see more of this.
Yeah, this is a very beautiful thing. It's very beautiful what's happening here. I like it very much.
I don't know what that's to. Did I miss something, Tumblr?
Which one?
Happened to me. I hid it under the blanket. She never knew, but the mom.
The jerk off and your mom.
Oh
shit!
I knew it was something I should have known, but I lost it for a second there. I was like, "What? Were we talking about Palestinophobes?"
No, we were talking about jerking.
I know. I got it. We don't have to say it again.
Knig. Who could who could have guessed that
It just made me think of Monty Python, the Knights that say neat. That's what you were like.
Who could have guessed that being pissed off at I people,
Jays. Yeah.
J people, would be
Jaywalkers. That's what we're calling them from now. They're jaywalkers. Go ahead.
Yes. Would be what it took to end the pride marches. The timeline is the best. Well, it is something, all right.
I like you.
It is a timeline, all right. Here is another confrontation with some lefties or something.
Or something.
Most people in this country voted for Trump.
It's a lie. The slim majority of voters. Shamefully, there were very few voters who showed up, but stop that bullshit. It is not a majority of Americans.
Bullshit.
Do some math.
He actually won the popular vote.
I am telling you, it was a slim majority of voters. Are you hearing me?
Still won.
Because I can sign it if you want. That is why you're not supposed to spread the bullshit that most Americans are looking for this. Because
people care, then they vote.
Because too few people voted. That's a disgrace.
If people care about issues, then they vote.
Yeah, well, if you want
So the ones who cared voted for Trump to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in government.
Because lots of voters were purged from voter rolls before the election.
Oh my God, this motherfucker got a mask on. Look at that shit.
I'm not even looking. I'm looking for something else. Hold on. Let me see it again. I saw someone wearing a mask today, and I was so disappointed. And I'm like, man. And it was a black guy, too. And I'm like, didn't you look at all the horrible shit the government's done to African Americans, and you're still just going along with it, dude? Like, that's even worse than me, honestly, because
the slave mask, yeah.
It's just the Tuskegee experiments, all kinds of shit they did to people, and you openly took it. I mean, and that's also, did you, just a funny side note, sorry, while we're speaking of liberals, did you see that they did a poll, like they're running up to try to decide who's going to run as the Democrat in 2028,
yeah, 29 or 28, yes.
So they did a poll, and Pete Buttigieg, the gay dude, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He got 0% amongst African Americans. 0. Black people ain't voting for a gay dude, so it's not going to happen. They're just not going to.
But so he is actually trying to run. That guy.
No, they were just like, they gave, I mean, maybe, but they gave some, like, of the known Democrats to see,
you know,
and who even believes polls, but I believe that part of it.
I think it's going to be between Newsom and AOC on their side. They're going to go head to head.
Or it's going to be both of them. They'll go head to head, and then it'll be Newsom and AOC as VP.
And
Newsom Cortez.
Will Newsom be the VP, or will AOC be the VP?
AOC. It's easier to sell. Yes, it's easier to sell a male president, female vice president than it is to the other way around. That's
so Gavin Newsom can spit out his bullshit, and then after he's done, AOC comes out with the titties, and then everybody's happy, right? Something like
Wouldn't that be such a testament to how great America is if if a retarded bartender can become vice president? I mean, what a great country.
I mean, a cocksucker almost. A great cocksucker was vice president.
Yeah, JD Vance, he's in there.
No, I meant Camel Toe Harry.
Come on, I couldn't let that go, bro.
Yeah, I know. That was a good one. I did not see that coming. Okay, so this guy. Oh, I want to say this, though. You know, the only way I can see me wearing one of these fucking things is in the AI future, you know, when there is no escaping the cameras and all that.
Oh, just paint your face all fucked up.
You think that works?
It does work. I've seen it work. I watched videos of people testing facial recognition technology. When you draw asymmetrical shapes on your face, it can't figure it out, and it's just like It doesn't know what to do.
Interesting. Yeah, because
it goes by the shading of your face, the shape, the symmetry, all that. But if you draw lines
patterns.
that are all crazy, it can't figure it out, and it doesn't know who you are.
But hold on though. What if it has a sensor that it sends to your face?
Like a dog that it sniffs your ass?
Maybe
It's
something like that.
I know who you are. No.
Yeah, but these sensors hit your face, and it can sense that he got some paint on. And
Yeah,
then
well,
a robot
we got
comes
a
and
few
washes
years.
your face.
We got a few years. This will
It's
work
him.
for now.
Take him. Yeah.
Because lots of voters were purged from voter rolls before the election.
So gay.
It sounds familiar to me. It sounds like election denial. Is that what you guys are doing?
Just stop.
Because I thought we weren't supposed to do that.
Just stop.
Yeah, you just told me that. You just said this, right?
You know, the damage that is being
They
done by
hate
the
it.
narcissist in that building.
They do. The narcissist in that building.
Like, okay, listen. Let me put this way for you, Vince. And I see, obviously, all of these people that are against Trump are fucking idiots. I get that. But this is also like hiring some dude you know to pretend to start a fight with you at a bar on your first date, and then you beat him up and scare him off in order to win the girl over. Like, if you want everyone to love Trump, you have to make the people opposing him complete idiots. So either way, it's entertaining, but I don't know that just because these idiots are against Trump that means that Trump is good. But they are retarded. That is for sure.
Well, I mean, they're not actors, right? These Karens.
They don't have to be actors necessarily. But
yeah.
They probably are in some way. Yeah, go ahead.
Then we got a lot of Oscar-winning actors out there. They're doing a great job, all of them.
Yeah, but they're brainwashed. I don't necessarily think they are actors. I think they're brainwashed. It doesn't take... So, all you need is for the narrative to be this. It's not like these people have to actually agree with this because they're NPCs. They agree with whatever they see. It's literally almost like... I wish I had the money and the time and all that to make a movie that's just an allegory for what this nonsense is. It's literally like you wake up in the morning in your little pod and you go and plug in and they're like, this is all the thoughts you need for today. And you download them in the morning, and then the things you downloaded are the only things you can say in conversation throughout the day. That's how these people are. So like, I don't necessarily think that they disagree or agree with what... I don't think they know. They're just, this is the narrative I was given, and this is that's why they get so mad the second you say something like he just said and fucking totally caught him. Isn't that election denial?
Yeah.
Does not compute. What do I do? They're like fucking lost.
They are the perfect symbol for a cult, these people, because whatever the cult says, I will follow. I might not... What?
That sounds kind of like trust the plan, though, too.
No.
I mean, a little bit.
No.
A little bit.
I just trust the plan, and if the plan doesn't work, then fuck it. I don't trust it anymore. I trust it until it doesn't.
I'm not saying... I wasn't even referring to you. I don't care about you in that way. I'm saying the people who, like, no matter what Trump says or does, it's just... Well, that kind of...
Well, they are retarded if they're no matter what he does.
Especially the people who think he's like a savior on a religious way. That's just getting absurd. That whole phase where people were comparing, like, the pictures of Trump in court, like, comparing him to Jesus and stuff, like, or drawing Jesus in court watching over Trump. Because, yes, that's what Jesus would be doing, is watching over a politician in a court case. Let me tell you. Like... Get that shit out of your head,
What
man.
if Trump was Jesus?
Oh my God, I fucking hate you. Never say that again on this podcast.
No, I'm just saying.
No.
Pretend.
No.
Like, what if Jesus was like, listen, I'm going to come back as a character nobody would expect. I'm going to choose Trump.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to come back as a character no one would expect, you definitely want to come back as a character that said, grab her right in the pussy.
Yeah, because nobody would ever expect that's Jesus saying that.
Yeah,
you know?
I can't get down with this, bro. Nope.
But hold on, let me say this though. to the point of are these actors or not, or whatever.
Yeah.
What if it's just actually what it is? Like Trump says a lot of truths, and that pisses a lot of people off because
could
we
be.
all know when we speak truthfully, people get pissed at that. That's one level. Then we got platforms that fucking censor you for speaking truths. You know,
Yeah.
like truth is
Can't
dividing,
imagine that.
or truth is consequential, or you know,
Yes.
shit happens when you speak truth. So what if it is just
Also,
that?
but really, what is an actor? It's somebody who memorizes lines that they're told or read over and over again in order to put on a performance. So even if they're not paid actors, they're still kind of actors because they're getting everything they're saying to them fed in a script from the TV. So actors, not actors, they're actors.
Maybe it's all acting. Maybe we were all acting, even us.
I'm fucking acting. I don't like
Yeah.
any of you.
Yeah, we're all acting. Fuck it. Here is breaking. Rosie O'Donnell reveals President Trump has caused her to become very depressed.
All right, that's it. I'm on Trump's side now.
I mean, what happened to her? It's physical. Like Trump
That looks
physically changed
That
her.
looks like a cross between Gary Busey and fucking Matt Damon. Put that back up. Come on, dude. It looks more like it when it's small, but that's Gary Busey and Matt Damon.
I mean, okay, I get it. You don't like Trump, but why would you let somebody have this amount of power to affect your face?
She already moved out of the country.
Doesn't
He,
matter.
she, whatever.
It doesn't
No, that's
matter.
what I'm saying. That
She's
makes it even
depressed.
worse.
She's
That makes it
depressed over
worse.
there. Yeah, but she's still depressed
That's what I'm
over
saying.
there.
That's what I mean. It's worse. She left and she's still crying about it. Fuck.
Yes. I listen, I don't like Rosie O'Donnell. Don't give a fuck about her. But I would
Never
tell
liked
her.
her.
Yeah, but I would still tell her, Rosie, don't let him get to you. Don't let Trump get to you, man. Look at you, man. Oh, woman. Look at you.
Well,
I don't know anymore, but look at you, whatever. Non-binary, I guess.
Yeah.
Can we call this non-binary?
Non-dualistic.
This is what non-dualistic looks like.
Oh, okay. I'm sold on dualistic now then. That's it. Holy
Oh
shit.
my god. That was good. You got good comedic punch. What do you say? Time.
Wit, comedic timing. Thank you.
Timing.
Thank you.
Yes.
I try.
You fire
I do
off
what I
at the
can.
right time. That's good. Okay, what else do we give?
Do we have one that doesn't involve Trump? I'm guessing no. The whole fucking internet, and we can't find one goddamn post that doesn't involve Trump. You see, this is where we're at. Oh, Jesus, man.
Well, this is a funny little clip from
No,
Dan
you're good.
Dan Scavino. Dan Scavino is Trump's right hand.
Yeah.
Or left, whichever.
That he sat on, so it's numb.
And this is to the Q people, I guess. He just posted. You know, Q
I
has
saw
a lot
this.
of popcorn in it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know, they say, take your popcorn and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I mean, again, if they have to tell you, Q could be telling you all of Q is a show because he keeps telling you to sit back and enjoy the show. Just saying, man.
Enjoy the show and wait until we take you into the FEMA camps. Enjoy it. You're going to love it.
I will say this, though. If we all do end up in FEMA camps together, you know who I'm going to go with? The MAGA people, because they're going to be the most pissed off, because they're going to be embarrassed as fuck.
Yeah.
So.
And the most funny people, too, I think. I don't think lefties has humor.
No, you're definitely right there. 100% right there. It's hard to say. I wouldn't say MAGA necessarily because, again, to me, personally, I could be wrong, and this will probably offend people. When you say someone's MAGA, it to me is like someone who's a lefty just on the other side. The MAGA people are just like, And I'm talking about the extreme ones. There's people who say it, but you know what I'm talking about. The people that no matter what, he's right. I'm fucking MAGA. I don't care. You know, I used to think this, but since Trump said it, I don't think that anymore. Like, those are the people who just agree with it no matter what. But the people in the middle, who again, I think just tend to lean more to the conservative side, are the funny ones with the sense of humor because they don't get offended. They're not worried about what they're going to say. They're not little bitches.
Would you say offendingness is the kryptonite to comedy? Offendingness.
Yeah, because think of it this way. If you get offended by something, you're going to think, except in certain cases when people are just fucking assholes in public and stuff. But if you're writing a comedy sketch that you want people to hear and you think something's offensive, you're not going to put it in there because you find it offensive. So you assume other people will find it offensive. Well, offensive shit is what's funny. Like, calling out shit that's weird in real life and making fun of it is what's funny, even if it's something sad or serious or whatever. Poking fun at it makes it easier to deal with, and they can't do that. That's why they're canceling fucking Cracker Barrel. That's why they canceled all these things. They can't fucking look at
And that's
something
why
and say,
she looks like this.
That's
You know?
That's exactly why she looks like that.
Right? I don't think she would have looked like this if she had some sense of humor.
Well, on the other hand, you kind of got to have a sense of humor to walk around looking like that. So I don't know.
Oh my God. Okay, so he just posted, Trump's right hand posted this.
He's eating popcorn.
That's it.
All right. We're going to be freed, y'all. He's eating popcorn.
Oh my God.
Scambino posted it. We're good.
What about this?
Uh-huh.
Developing NFL Minnesota Vikings male cheerleaders responded to their
Everything is
backlash.
fucking developing with Dom Lucre, man. Developing. I'm typing out this tweet as I think of it. Post. Like,
you know, I think why it does developing.
Yeah, it catches
because
the eye.
you're like, what's developing? I need to know what the fuck is developing. You know? It's it's developing.
It's a tactic, all right.
So what is
that?
So let's look at that. So what is developing is NFL Minnesota Vikings. They are developing male cheerleaders.
They're developing female hormones.
Yes. Responded to their backlash from football fans after uploading this video.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead. Anything to get this over with.
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Why is this looking wrong?
What do you mean? Are you telling me that it should look right?
No. I just want to get to the bottom of why it looks wrong.
I don't know, but why the hell do they have Peter Dinklage in a fucking cheerleader costume, bro? That's fucked up.
Because why I'm saying this is this. Let's say these were two hot ladies doing these exact same moves. I wouldn't be like, "Whoa, what the fuck is this shit?" Oh. Right?
Because cheerleaders are, other than being the power bottom, cheerleaders are supposed to be women because men are playing the sports. Now, if these dudes wanted to go cheer for a women's team, more power to you. Shouldn't be cheering for a men's team, because the last thing that makes me want to win a game is knowing that I'm running back into the locker room with that dude.
Yeah, but I'm going even deeper. I'm trying to see, like, is it because a man should not be moving like this?
Well, yeah, that too. Yes, that should be illegal. That should be a good one. You want to know what's funny? Look up, see if you can find real quick. Again, foreshadowing. They have to tell you.
Yes.
YouTube, Real Men of Genius, male cheerleader.
On
Do you
YouTube?
remember those? Yeah. Do you remember those commercials?
I don't know.
They're Bud Light commercials, which is funny because
What
now
should I
Bud
type
Light's
on YouTube again?
Real Men of Genius.
Of Genius.
Male cheerleader.
Male. Oh, here.
Let's watch this gem.
Is it this one?
I don't know. Maybe. Just play. I don't think there's going to be another one. So. Yes. This
Bud
is it.
Light presents Real American Heroes. Real American Heroes. Today we salute you.
This
Mr.
isn't the
Male
real.
Football cheerleader.
This is not the real video.
This is not the real one. No. This is like they're putting it over something. That's probably the real one.
But this is the
Bud
song.
Light presents.
Oh, damn it.
Real American.
Ay, ay, ay. They're trying to kill us.
What about here?
Is that it? That's probably it.
Budweiser presents Real Men of Genius. Real Men of Genius. Today we salute you, Mr.
This
Really
isn't it,
Bad
though.
Toupee Wearer.
This is not it either.
It's not the male cheerleader. These are the real commercials, but that's not the male cheerleader one. Unless it was an well,
we might as well just look at this. What is this?
That's the gay dudes dancing around. Of course, that's your reaction. We might as well look at this.
Okay, fuck this. I don't even know what it should look like. This is just
Bud Light male cheerleader. Is that it down there? One more below it. Oh, no, it's just other people doing it. Never mind.
What was the point?
Is that they already did something about male cheerleaders and a long time ago in a Bud Light commercial, and it's just funny that it's coming up now. All of a sudden, this is in the news. We're in a fucking time loop, bro. That's why you never see any movies, anything new. That's another thing that makes me think maybe we're in a fucking simulation. And not saying we always were, but after like early 2000s, what's new? All the old movies are just remakes of the old ones. They're just recycled bullshit. There's no new ideas. When's the last time you saw a movie or heard a song and you're like, wow, no one's ever done that in a song. I've never heard that script for a movie. Video games. They keep remaking the same video games over and over.
You know, my first sign of this was when I saw Terminator 3. You know, I was like,
yes. I didn't even see any of the Terminator movies until I was in my like late 30s, 38, 39, something like that. Never. I wasn't allowed to watch movies like that when I was a kid, when they were out. And then I went on tour and didn't fucking care. Like, I didn't see it when I was a kid when it was popular. I'm not going to go watch a 10-year-old movie now and it was just always gone. And like, I never saw them. So, but then I did watch them and I'm like, oh, fuck, man. Oh my God. They were telling us, bro.
Right? And I'm going to have to go rewatch it again.
You do, because I watched it like a year and a half ago and I'm like, oh my God. Everything. Yeah. All of it.
Yeah. But so to your point about rehashing and all that stuff, when they did Terminator 3 somewhere in the 2000s, I believe. I don't remember exactly when it was. 2005, 6, something. I was disappointed because that movie felt like it just copied Terminator 2. And I was like, what is this? They did the same similar thing with crashing into the buildings, like with the fucking 18-wheeler kind of a deal. And some other stuff. They basically copied the number 2. And I think for me, that's when it started to be like, they might not have any good ideas left.
Yeah,
like
there's nothing left. Nothing, man.
Yeah, because I was expecting something groundbreaking like Terminator 2. Like, oh, let's see what Terminator 3 is going to have. It was garbage. And then it's only got worse and worse and worse from there. I don't even know how many Terminator movies there are anymore.
I don't know. There's like too many. Too many,
5,
man.
6.
Like, yeah.
Oh, I think there is one I completely erased from my head, I think.
You're like, I watched it and then it was just gone.
No, I didn't even watch it. I
Oh,
just
okay.
watched half of the trailer, I think. And if I don't, if I'm not mistaken, it's like it involves a lot of women in it, including Sarah Connor.
Yeah.
She's in it, but it was a feminist version of Terminator. Let me see.
Yeah, it's like one of those R words, I think. Revolutions, resurgence, something, I feel like.
Yeah, Sarah Connor. Like, it's so bad I don't remember the name. Sarah Connor, Terminator newest. Yes, here it is. Yes. I haven't watched this. This is like Terminator
What's
6.
it called?
Terminator Dark Fate.
Dark Fate.
Yeah. It's like Terminator 6, 7, or 8, or who knows.
22. Nothing new.
Yeah, it's like Terminator 2. He's regenerating like Terminator 2. Completely copying itself.
Yeah.
And here we got the feminist or something.
Don't hurt the robot. I believe those are called lesbians, not feminists.
Terminator Lefty Edition.
Here she is.
Sarah Connor.
I cut my hair short too. Don't worry.
Oh, did you do that?
We can all be butch together.
Oh, is this supposed to be like exciting or something?
Yeah, bro. This is groundbreaking.
Do you not understand why I stopped following this? Like, when I saw this, that was all I needed to see. Like,
Yeah,
exactly this amount.
That's it.
I didn't need to see anything more. It was enough.
It's like a Michael Bay movie now. It's just all flash and fucking explosions and fake looking.
And there is no real, like, is he or she gonna make it? No, there is none of that. It all is fine all the time. Like, look how she just took care of both those Terminators. Like,
yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things that went wrong with movies when they decided to make 98-pound girls able to beat up fucking 300-pound dudes that are bodybuilders in movies. They're like, oh, look, she knows martial arts. She's going to do it. Like, in real life, yeah, martial arts helps. But if you're this big and you do a kick on a dude who literally weighs 3 times your amount, guess what's going to happen? You're going to bounce off him. Nothing's going to happen. But they just made these movies where the girl is the heroine and she's destroying everybody and killing all these dudes. And it's like, at least be realistic. Like, she's a sniper. Okay. Pretty level playing ground. But don't make her going in there hand-to-hand combat with these trained military dudes that are 2-3 times her size and she's somehow just beating them up because she's that good. Come the fuck.
Yeah. Listen, I want some uncertainty back into movies or whatever. I don't want to know, like, I want to be like, will she make it? Like, what was I going to say?
always said if I ever made a movie, the main character would die right at the end.
Yeah.
It would have nothing to do with the script at all. It would just be like a totally different story, and then they'd get hit by a bus right at the end.
Right.
Fuck everybody.
That was exactly what I was thinking about. Like, why can't a movie just end really bad? Like, it's all, they lost. They died. His whole family died.
It should.
He didn't make it.
I would be like,
end credits.
You
know?
Fiend.
Yeah, just to, mix it up a little bit. It becomes too predictable these days.
I mean, yeah, they always say, like, oh, the old plays were tragic, like Romeo and Juliet and all that. The main characters did die and this and that. But Still, yeah, there's definitely nothing like that today. It's always like the happy person wins. Yeah. It
Yeah.
all worked out in the end.
Yeah, so boring. You guys should watch Metalhead episode on Black Mirror. That shit is scary possibility. Robot dog. Yeah, the Black Mirror thing. I
I've
only
heard a lot
watched.
of shit about that, but I don't have Netflix. I gotta
Me
find
either.
another way to
I
watch
think
it.
we have. I don't know, but I have seen some episodes. I think I saw one episode which was about the social credit score. Have you seen that one?
No, I've never seen. I don't have Netflix. I've never watched
Hold on, man. Black Mirror social credit score. That one became really famous. I think.
Oh yeah, I've heard about it. I just never saw it. People were talking about this all the time.
Yeah, this was a few years ago. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
How many. 6 years ago.
And that's one brushed swing. You want a cookie with that? It's on the house.
Sounds awesome. See you tomorrow, JJ.
See you, Lacey.
Oh, saw your boy in the fire hat just now. So cute.
Yeah, he's really something.
This is creepy as fuck.
We're gonna have really bad scores when we walk around.
Yeah, no, people are gonna be walking around us like we're homeless people. Like, oh, look at his score.
Right.
Not getting near him, it might be contagious.
Right? Oh, it actually is, at least on a virtual level, because if you are near him for too long, they're like, why are you near him? You must be like him. Let's take your score down. Yes. What a boring world this is.
Yeah.
Sterile, dead, fake.
But everyone's safe, bro.
Yeah, safe and dead inside.
I mean, as long as you're safe. Uh-oh.
But those two things, hold on. Those two things doesn't even go well together. Safe and dead. You know? Yeah, you're safe, but you're also dead. So what does it matter? You know, if you're safe, you're dead. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Just like the thing told you wouldn't get the other thing, but you can't get the other thing if you're dead. So yeah, they were right.
Yeah.
Look at all those people who now will never get Sniffles 19 because they're not among us anymore. It's
but they
working, guys.
They were saved from it by exiting reality.
Yeah.
So it was safe and effective.
It was. Took you out of this reality.
Yeah. Safely and effectively. Uh-oh, bad review.
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
Oh, good. Her picture. They're like, we love your cup of coffee and one bite of your cookie.
Hey, Lacey. Bets, it's great to see you.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, what's she doing?
She's raiding her.
House Pancakes. He's hilarious. Such a funny cat. Just the best.
Pancakes?
You're still at Haddocker?
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
don't accidentally.
It's going pretty great. Good to hear. So what brings you back here? New job, first day. First day? At Blankman Harper. Whoa, top floor. That's... Well, good luck. I know, right?
You know what's funny? Both in this situation know that they're fake to each other, yet they both have to keep it up.
Yeah, that's life. That's pretty much how people act all the time, unfortunately.
And we can't get rid of it either, right?
I mean, we can. We have. They won't ever.
Why do you think we have and they haven't? What have we done differently?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a thing. It's inside you, man. It's like either you give a shit or you don't. And I don't mean like I don't care what the people who love me think about me. I'll do whatever I want to them. It's not what I mean. But once you realize that no matter what you do, people are going to go against you. And usually the better you're doing, the more people go against you, then you stop caring about people going against you and you stop caring about being offended. And once you stop caring about being offended and see how it helps you, you feel the need to return the favor to other people and tell them shit that's offensive so they can get over it. If it's the truth, you have to. You gots to.
So would you say the world will be a better place if people got more tough?
I'd say the world would be a better place if people got more honest, which would take people getting more tough. But eventually it wouldn't, because if people were more honest, we wouldn't be in a lot of the problems we're in and people wouldn't be the way that they are. And there would be less negative things to have to be honest about. So being honest would be easier because it's easy to be honest about positive things.
So the more we do honesty, the better it will become as we go.
Yes, absolutely.
Because we tend to get used to things, and even honesty, we could get used to honesty and take it better. Because what is it with honesty that can be so fucking damaging?
Because if somebody tells you something that you know isn't true, it doesn't bother you. When you know and or suspect that it's true, it does bother you. Yeah.
And therefore, you rather not hear it from somebody.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just be like.
And a perfect example is, okay, like people are always like, oh, well, what about if your wife's pregnant and she asks you if she looks beautiful and blah, blah, blah. Like, well, first of all, she should look beautiful to you. But if it's, oh, does this dress look good on me? Like, it's like, oh, honesty isn't good there because it'll hurt her feelings. But if we never started this whole bullshit lie of being dishonest, she would know better than to ask that. And we would never be in that position, because if she was being honest, she would know not to ask you that because she already knows whether she thinks she looks good or not.
Right.
And that's why she asked you. So that's how all this works. It would have to go all the way back to pure honesty in the beginning. And there's also a difference between complete honesty and saying everything you think.
Clumsy.
There's a big
honest.
difference. Yeah,
Clumsy.
like there's no need to walk up to somebody and say, hey, you're weird looking. Like, even if they are, that's just mean. But if you're friends with them and they're like, hey, is this thing about me weird? Then yes, you should be honest. So there's a big difference between honesty and like brutal honesty of having to say everything at all times.
Would you say be more tasteful with your honesty?
Yeah. And I mean, it also depends on people who ask. If someone asks you, you got no choice anymore. Like, if someone asks you a question, if you're going to be honest, you don't have a choice anymore. They asked you a question. You have to be honest. You have to tell them the truth. But it doesn't mean you have to point it out all the time. You know, that's all I mean.
Yeah. And hopefully we might get there. I mean, into a society that can be more honest.
We're getting closer, maybe.
You know, number one.
Or at least we're getting closer in being able to identify them. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the step number one is to reject the lefties mentality, because we can't have that mentality and have honesty growing, because they seem to not like that type of a thing, the lefty mentality. They're so fucking triggered all over the place.
Oh yeah, they definitely can't handle honesty.
Right? So that step one would be to get rid of that mentality, because so that honesty can actually enter the scene. And I think that's actually happening. The lefty mentality is being slowly pushed out. Like,
I
we don't
hope
give a
so.
fuck, you know?
I hope
I mean,
so.
I think it started to happen a little bit during this last year or something with what's going on. Like, people not are they say fag more, you know, they say, you know, other stuff. You know,
I haven't heard of anybody being canceled in a while, so that's always good.
right? The cancellation is dying
Like,
down.
oh, this person lost their career because they said something 15 years ago. That hasn't been for a while, so that's a plus.
Yeah, have you seen this? Check out the movie The Invention of Lying.
No, but I haven't. Isn't that with like Ricky Gervais or something? I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Invention of Lying. Maybe there's a little trailer. Ah, it is Ricky Gervais. Hold on, let's see. This might fit to what we're talking about here.
Then again, it was Snoop.
I'm Mark. How are you?
A little frustrated at the moment. Also equally depressed and pessimistic about our date tonight.
Sure.
Imagine right. Where everyone says everything and then he starts lying.
Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, okay.
World where everyone can only tell the truth.
I had a little sip of this from right there.
I'm with him right now. Seems nice. A bit
See,
fat.
again, that's a difference between telling the truth and saying everything you're thinking. There's a big difference.
Yeah, this is
because they're not just telling the truth. They're saying, I took a little sip of this. Like, no one asked you. Like, if they asked you if you did, then yeah. But no one asked you.
You're right. Excuse me, did you take a sip of this? Yes,
Yeah.
yes, over there.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
All right, let's see the rest.
Shit, this might be a fun movie. I don't think I've seen this.
I definitely haven't, but...
Oh, you haven't? I think this is
I
a
haven't
movie to
seen it.
see. This is a movie to see.
I'm with him right now. Seems nice. A bit fat.
She's way out of your league.
No, I won't be sleeping with him tonight.
Oh, you know what? I have something else to do. You know, then fuck this date.
I loathed almost every minute that I worked for you.
All the time.
I've always hated you. You've always hated you. I didn't know that. Yeah, a lot of people know it. Don't you wish you could change things?
How much are you going to be withdrawing today, sir?
$800.
It says here that you only have $300. It seems our system has made a mistake. Here you go.
Today, I stumbled upon something that no man has ever stumbled on before. The world's first lie.
This fall.
I said something that wasn't. Huh? I'm black.
I knew it.
Oh, that's Louis C.K.
Yeah.
He's back, right? Is he back?
I'm not sure.
You know, I always thought it was weird, the whole thing that happened to him.
All
of course.
Of them. All that whole thing.
But it was weird that he did that. But then you hear how it went down. So apparently he said to another female comedian, is it okay if I jerk off to you right here? And she says, okay, yes, it's okay. And he did. And then he got canceled for that.
Well, that's weird. She shouldn't have said it was okay.
I know. So I'm like,
that's weird.
So I'm like, even though it is a weird thing for him to say, like, listen, I want to jerk off in front of you. Even though that is weird, it was all consensual, but it was the left that was like, ew. You know? And I'm thinking, the left, how can they have an ew? Because all they
do.
Yeah, all they do is ew, you know?
It's all ew.
So it was a bit morbid, that whole thing with Louis C.K. But anyways.
I knew it.
I'm an Eskimo.
Fantastic.
I'm a one-armed German space explorer.
When's your launch date?
Mark Bellison will discover
I can have my life the way I want it. You're a loser. It doesn't really count. Good. I settled then.
the truth
I'm different now.
Are you better looking?
No.
Did you buy new clothes?
No.
Have you been to the gym?
No.
about lying.
Why do you hate Mark so much?
Because he's a loser. You want to marry a strong genetic match and maybe one day have children that aren't.
Little fat kids with snub noses.
Exactly. If you could make the world the way you wanted it to be, if you could do anything, what would you do?
The world's gonna end unless we have sex right now.
Do we have time to get to a motel, or do we need to do it right here?
Ricky Gervais, Jennifer Garner, Jonah Hill, Louis C.K., with Rob Lowe and Tina Fey.
Do not have sex with anyone unless you are married to them, is the rule. What's this?
Birthday coupon for sex. What am I gonna get you now?
But hold on now.
The invention of lying.
This
Fucked
is
up,
the
bro.
greatest movie ever made.
I mean, I'm interested.
Watch it and report back to me.
All right, I'll do it.
Do it.
I'll do it.
So, we're going to wrap it up in a minute. What else you got to say, my man, of all this? You got one last thing about Trump you want to sell us on? You want to tell us how aliens are coming tomorrow?
I hope his health is good and all that shit.
Oh, yeah, that whole thing in the beginning, that's... The whole thing the dude was saying is all speculation. Yes, those are possibilities. And yes, that could be from that, but it could also be from 1,000 other things. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And he is 80 years old.
That's like saying, oh, this dude lost a toe. It was clearly from diabetes. Or maybe it got ran over by a lawnmower. Or maybe it got, like, it's just, there's a bruise on his hand. And sometimes from that, that's from the intravenous thing where they're doing this. Well, they also put IVs in hands for many other reasons. Hands can be bruised for many other reasons, all that. So for him to say it's because of that is just retarded.
And maybe they're giving him something to help with the whole legs, his water, or whatever the fuck, legs.
To help with the legs.
Yeah, and it could also be the golf swing. I don't know.
Stop playing golf, dude. You're too old. Give it up.
Maybe that's creating that. So I don't know. But yeah, hopefully he hopefully he gets to go through this second term and then potentially going to his third term because
oh jeez, come on, man.
No, he just showed off in the Oval Office. In the Oval Office, he had like a section where he has all the caps, and on the top section of the fucking thing, there was caps saying Trump 2028.
Yeah, but I mean, again, that's just going to make people think he's an authoritarian even more. Presidents aren't allowed to go for more than 2 terms.
No. But that would be like
that
would be like a special case, meaning they fucked him over in the first one, stole the second one, therefore he deserves a true second one because he never really had a first until now. This is his first
then
term.
again, setting the precedent and the double standard. Then what if one day the lefties claim that, oh, this election was stole from him and now this person needs a third term? Trump did it. You can't say it's not legal, blah, 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 blah. That's why we have term limits, rules, and all that.
Yeah, it has to be proven. But yeah, that's all I want to say. I hope his health is good and that he lives until 100.
At least.
Do
you have a little song to play for us? All right. Everybody, thank you for joining us. We hope you liked the episode this week, and we hope you like the after party. Don't forget to go check out phoneboothpodcast.substack.com, where there's tons of stuff, tons of episodes, tons of live streams, and tons of bonus content. Go check it all out. It's all there. Check out our thing where we were on Nephilim Death Squad.
Yeah.
It's up there.
When is that releasing? Because I want to see it back. I
don't know. They're going to send me the links. It's going to be fun, though.
Let's do an after party on that. That could be good. Or watch party or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. Let's do it, man.
That would be cool.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Good night.
Peace out.
Peace.
Peace.